Why is everybody looking this way? I'll second it. We should probably make sure all the microphones are on, because we did turn them off the other night. Up is on.
I'll tell the poll that's here in a minute. Okay, go ahead.
I will do that.
I want to make sure it's in the minutes.
Kathy Wall will not be here tonight. She was out of state. She had some personal business to take care of. So. I'll probably try to make note of that every time we take a vote, but if I don't, it's on the record.
Right.
I'm not going to read the usual introductory. I know you've all heard it several times. I will just remind you, though, please raise your hand if you want, especially the folks out there. Raise your hand if you want to be recognized and stay on track. With that, we'll open up with Article 1.
Do you want to read through them, Mike, or do you want?
Do I want one?
Do you want to read through them yourself, each one?
Yeah, I can do that.
One we don't have to worry about now.
Yeah, that's the moderator. Okay, we'll go to Article 2. Proceed with voting by secret ballot as directed by statute on the election of town officers for the ensuing years. One select person, 3-year term. I may not be able to do this.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
One road commissioner to a 1-year term, one school board member to a 3-year term.
Okay.
Let's take any action.
No.
It's not voluntary.
3.
Article 3, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question: shall the town raise and appropriate $160,129 to support the recreation department? Do you want me to read through 2019 budget, 2019 actual, and 2020?
Yeah, why don't you?
All right, 2019 budget, $149,052. 2019 actual, $131,933. 2020 request, $160,129.
Okay, select persons. Recommendation 4. Against 4. What do we do?
You want to do just any discussion first and then a vote?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not doing well tonight.
That's okay.
The beginning of the meeting, too. All right, any discussion on the item? Yes, Tom.
Do you have a total for what the municipal budget would be as far as the increase?
For the entire budget,
Right.
I have the operating costs that I have previously provided everyone. For the departmental operating costs, doesn't include the debt service.
Conservation last year prorated approved a 10.1% increase in the municipal budget. If we don't have a total, I'm over our sitting here approving a 10.1% increase again for our 3% increase. And I'm not that comfortable with a lower percentage and not only much.
So assuming that all of the departmental budgets that we discussed, and talked about prior to this evening, assuming that all of those are approved as part of these warrant articles, then the increase will be 3.58%. Well, there are obviously some warrant articles that don't figure into this, because it will be up to the voters whether or not to approve something like the purchase of a one-ton vehicle for $8,000. So that is not factored into these costs. These are operational costs.
So we could do 5%.
If the voters choose to approve those, yes.
And I mean, my personal feeling is, most people are lucky if they get a 3% cost of living increase. The common hall rate, instead of increase the municipal budget over 10% last year. I have a concern as far as if all this is approved, that it's going to be impacted.
Yeah, ultimately, that will be up to the voters. What we're planning on doing, Tom, is once these things are assumed that they're approved, we're gonna have a final number in Trio, which is our financial software. We'll present a total of what the total budget was for this year, total budget for 2019, actuals for 2019, total budget for 2020. And then, because one of our select board members, I think it was Melanie, requested, we will then go back and figure if all of the other ancillary warrant articles are approved by the voters, how much that would add to the budget. And then our assessor has given us the tax commitment spreadsheet where we just plug those figures into that spreadsheet, and that will give people an indication of what the impact on the tax rate is.
I'm new to this process, but my question is that if I basically agree to every one of these items and then find out that you have a 10% potential increase in the budget, I know on the record that I basically approved each one of these items by single vote versus looking at the overall budget.
Well, I'm new to this process as well, so I don't know that I can answer that question.
If I can. Tom, I think if, when we get to the end of this whole budget, we see it's a 10, 12, 15% increase, we're definitely gonna come back and make some cuts. That probably won't approve. I'm correct with the rest of the board.
Well, one of the other things that we need to know is what the LD1 limit is for this year, because by exceeding it last year, we raised the threshold, which is something that we really need to be clear at the beginning of town meeting, that if everything passes, this is the LD1 limit, this is what the state law says, and we would have to vote to exceed it again. So we do need the LD1 number, and I was the one who asked what the overall increase was if passed, because we need to be able to justify it.
Will we be able to put that number together tonight?
Tonight?
The answer is yes or no, that's all.
No.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
On this Article 3, I'm going to go do the vote against the stay at this point, because I'm not really comfortable with 160,000 versus 149,000 last year, and an actual expenditure of only 130,000. Seems like a very big increase, even considering the salary increases or wage increases. That's the beginning.
Anybody can explain that? Linda?
So one of the reasons why it was only 109 was that there was a vacant position for one of them, so it's a salary savings.
That was a
Only
part,
not all of it, but it was something.
because that was a part-time position for $11 an hour. And so was that a 20-hour position?
How many hours a week was that? Remember?
Is that the one that's advertised now? 12 hours, isn't it?
So that would be $154 a week times, let's split the year by 26. That comes up to $4,000.
The bulk of it is the. Well, wait a second, I think that number is closer to $7,500, because if you take 12 hours per week times 52 weeks, and then multiply that by the minimum, 12 times 52 times 12, which is the minimum wage, that would be nearly $7,500.
Oh, that does, but it was $11 an hour when we did it, so we would have an increase for the $12 an hour. So I should put my glasses down.
And so, with a lot of these departmental figures, part of the difference between the budget and actuals is payroll. It's a matter of, and it's the same situation that you'll see with the library, with Article 4, is when there are vacancies that don't get filled, that does create a budget savings, but nonetheless, we have to budget based upon a full staff, otherwise we risk not having the funds available in order to operate the department.
In a way, that was what we did with Jennings here. We budgeted maintenance and things like that. So, but we have budgeted for it because, in the future, we would have somebody in that position potentially that would need those benefits. As you know.
Melanie?
Well, there was part of that increase because we were taking a substantial amount out of the capital reserve for the exterior renovations at the Center Fall season. So there should,
This portion of this program plan. The difference between 149 and 135, ended up going into the capital reserve, will be used for the renovations. So it's not, Allison's face.
But that was $7,500, that would explain the bulk of that. Yes,
So with that, another $10,000 increase, you're off $29,000. You can take $9,000.
Now, is some of this, because of the minimum wage increase, did you have the center staff, it's all, everyone in the center staff's $1 an hour raise, right? And any of the others, so that some of the increase also?
Yeah, it is. I mean, everybody on who works for recreation, and Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, but, were we fully staffed in our summer programs last summer? Because it seems to me that Lily had some trouble hiring either counselors or lifeguards or.
Not at the beginning. There was a problem with lifeguards. There was also early bird slow start, so she didn't need everybody at the beginning. So we ended up doing some saving for. I know that a lot of the programs that ends up coming in the budget because she was able to get sponsors to help with those costs. But if she doesn't budget for what she anticipates the total costs to be, she can't do that with the sponsors. It's just, it's kind of like budgeting 100% of full salary for the year. They have to do that in the state fees.
it does look like when looking at the budget, there's a lot of incremental increases, like you have the wages, and you have personnel benefits went from 125,972 budgeted in 2019. Year-to-date actual was 95,221, but asking for 136 for benefits, 136,844. CPR and first aid went to 650, or 450 was expended last year. IT went up $250. And is that like new computers going? So I thought we'd absorb some of that in this year's budget. Mary Rose.
What that was that she wasn't being charged for cash receiving service that she was receiving through Tria. And so we had to opt off because it ended up being override that actually higher than what we see spending here. So we have some additional costs that will be applied. We just completed the audit and everything tied out well. But there are some costs or invoices and things that didn't come in, and
Isn't this one that just voted on the day before?
Yeah.
So we wouldn't even be at town meeting. And I kinda gotta agree, gotta have some good reasons behind it, because it looks like a big increase.
Well, the argument would come up when you start looking at LD one.
Well, it will come up too when you have your, what do you call it, that meeting before. Public hearing, yeah. Because, I mean, I would think it would, because that's a time for them to find out, but if people, if we get 10 people there, it's not gonna amount to beans.
Well, and one of the problems is, as we've discussed, is moving the rec budget to the floor of town meeting as well as the library budget to the floor of town meeting. But it doesn't have to be done by secret ballot the day before. It needed to be done the years that the petitions were in effect. But the problem lies in that if the overall increase is not palatable to the folks who are there to vote at town meeting, these two budgets aren't touchable because they're voted on prior to that day. So it lends to a little more nitpicking, I guess, before, because this year it'll still be the day before.
Is
So
there any
it'll be
way,
the first day of town meeting.
is there any way we can resolve tonight, the request of the bottom line?
Well, if we had gotten the request, we did Wednesday today, I think we possibly could have had that exact figure, but
I'd have asked.
well, and again, you know, throughout all of our discussions, I said that, you know, debt service is what it is. This is everything other than debt service. Right, I mean, voters have already approved the debt service, and so there's no getting around that. These are all the other costs that are involved, and so, you know, I feel with a certainty that all of these operational costs come to, you know, less than 3.6% of an increase, and that's budgeted to budgeted figures. You know, this is now the third time that we've discussed the recreation budget, and
Some years we discuss it 4 or 5 times. Because we have to look at the overall. Do we have an LD1 number?
no, so as I emailed you guys previously about the LD1, that's the only article in here that isn't completely filled out, because there's a form in the spreadsheet that we have to complete in order to figure out what the LD1 number is. One of the first numbers that has to be plugged in there is the value of, or new valuations on the tax bill. That's a number that we have to get from the assessor, who's going to be here tomorrow. We have an appointment first thing in the morning so he can sit down and provide that figure to me, and then I can work through the worksheet. I'd like to run by him to make sure that it's accurate, since it's my first time doing that as well.
How do we resolve this impasse right now?
Well, I say you ought to table it until we get a number.
If I may, the actual, I mean, it's good, the amount budgeted, you know, the amount budgeted in 2020 is 160. The amount budgeted in 19 was 149, it's $11,000 more. And by my calculations, that's all, that's $10,872 is all in increased wages and $772 in increased benefits. That's all known to be the increase in the 3% wage increase, the volume increase for those making over, and the volume increase for minimum wage. So I mean, it's largely all wages. So I mean, we're going to table this because we know wages are going up next year. We already know they're going up next year, and that's largely when all is said and done, and all done here, and whatever the increase is, you know, the whole town budget, the bulk of it is all going to be wages. So I mean, we know that, and so we can't go any further today because we don't have that whole increase in the budget. Then I don't know, we should cancel this meeting and get that and then come back. But you know, if we're going to abstain or vote against every increase that we know is largely all specific new wages that we know already have gone up. You know, we're not hiding anything. We're just kind of maybe
Jack, I don't want to speak for you, but it seems to me like the problem lies in the fact that what was actually expended in 2019 was 131, but it's not the difference between what was asked for in 2019, it's the difference between what was expended and what's being asked for 2020. Am I correct?
The problem is that what I have is that the operational change, it's 3.5%, is not the figure that the taxpayers will see. They'll see the bottom line, all the difference of the rules, all of the increase. I think the programs that we have in this town are good, but I'm not sure that we can sustain and have the townspeople continue to support it. If we put through increases in the municipal budget, then the bigger than people expect in the forward. I keep thinking, well, if it's $160,000, if this budget, if this group cut it to 150, can they live with it? I don't know. That's the question, the kind of question I think we have to ask, not on every little nitty item too, but on the big.
Bruce, anybody have a figure on what the revenue was last year and what the projected revenue is going to be for this year?
So the revenue this past year was $100,000. We are going to be using approximately $110,000 out of the capital reserve for recreation, and so that's going to bring that balance way down, obviously. And so what I mentioned the other night and proposing as far as revenue for that is that we continue to budget at $5,000, which is what we budgeted this past year, and we build that capital reserve, knowing that we've got another capital project, another addition to the St. Paul Seasons that's waiting in the wings.
So I'll throw something out there and anybody else can deal into it. So instead of $85,000, we need the difference. So take 90,000 of what their income, so that drops your increase down to 155,000. And in all reality, it's only 55,000 to be raised and appropriated, if I'm correct, in tax laws, correct?
That would be correct.
I know you want to see you shaking it.
Well, because if we're taking $110,000 out of a reserve account, that's not what this says. This is to raise and appropriate $160,000.
No, that's not what I said. So this year, the exterior renovation is a $100,000 project. That's coming out of capital reserve. The lighting is $9,000 project. That's coming out of capital reserve. The capital reserves began the year at $172,000. So we're essentially bringing that to somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000.
Okay, so I think that's what Bruce was thinking, that there's,
5,000 from the revenue to offset this year's raise and appropriate. That's what I'm saying. So you know, so if you bring in $100,000, in turn, you're only gonna put 10,000 into the capital reserve from your profit or
revenue, yeah.
15,000. Just, all you do is just trying to offset a little bit more to, try to stop, slow the increase. That's what I was.
And you know what? And Bruce just mentioned something that just made me think. That 3.58% figures, that's not all tax dollars. So some of that is appropriated from other revenue sources.
Which are tax dollars we've previously taken in from the taxpayers.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, as for instance, with the recreation budget, of that $160,000, $85,000 is appropriated from recreation revenues, not from taxes.
Jen?
That's not obvious.
Yeah, it's not, the way, and I mean, this could be rewritten to say to raise and appropriate X amount of dollars and to appropriate X amount of dollars from revenue. This is the way it's traditionally been written, and there is another article that's on the warrant that speaks to the amount that is to be fundraised. That's Article, yeah. So, I mean, we could write the article in such a way that makes it clear that that $160,000 is not completely from taxes.
And
All of the discussions on, actually, all the numbers and everybody was pushing out and stuff. Only thing I can't account for right now, between what was actually spent in Haskell this year, is all $7,000. I don't know how much savings the sponsors created that would be out of that. But right now, it sounds like you could have $29,000 difference between actual and what's actual. $10,000 is the new wages. $7,000 is the person they couldn't hire last year. And $5,000 is what Mary was saying, they weren't charged for pre-O and other things and have to charge for it this year. So we're only talking $7,000 difference, so I'm kind of wondering, I don't know how much.
For example, instead of having a laser tag or a mother son that usually happens in Photoshop and costs probably $100 for all the equipment, they have a print on it. So,
So it sounds to me like most of it is a kind of, just a matter of being aware of the laws, which I think the numbers actually, because of what you didn't have before last year, and the increase you have this year, I think it's worth saying.
Becky? Go ahead. The premature rebuttal.
so the $85,000 is coming, goes back to the general fund. It doesn't get directly appropriated. The reserve money goes for, like, deciding on the region of the.
I understand that that's what the reserve fund is out for, but what I heard somebody say was that $160,000 is requested as a article, because the way it's appropriated, that means that $160,000 is approved, it's going to be raised in taxes. But if the intent was to raise appropriate for $180 something and take balance from the reserve fund from the article, otherwise you raise a lot of money.
Yeah, well, so my elementary understanding of this is when we say raise and appropriate, we're talking about tax dollars. And so instead, if we wrote an article that says, shall the town appropriate $85,000 and raise and appropriate the balance between 160 and 85 to support the recreation, for a total sum of $160,129 to support the recreation department. That would make clear that approximately half of the recreation budget is supported by revenue that it raises.
When you raise the money, that's tax money. When you appropriate, you take it from an existing fund of some sort. Yeah, you have to specify where.
Well, I mean, okay, so you could say then appropriate $85,000 in recreation revenue.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? I'm hearing what Linda's saying, and I'm trying to remember when we first did the recreation revenue then of $85,000 anticipated goes back to the undesignated fund? Is that, which should be the undesignated fund?
But it goes to operating expenses. Yeah.
Reduction of taxes, if you look at the town report, article 43, it's already being applied for the reduction of taxes. So we just moved money from federal government
This year it's Article 45.
Last year,
Yeah, and Linda's right. The amount of recreation revenue is approved by the voters in Article 18, and then it's used to support the capital and/or operating and programming costs for the Belgrade Recreation Department in Article 45.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this Article 43 is to conduct fundraising. It's not the revenue generated from recreation programs, two totally different things.
43, you need 45.
So, sorry, it's Article 43.
But that's only half of it, Melanie. It says to conduct fundraising, and then the other half is to support the capital and operating and programming costs. So that fundraising directly supports the operating costs of the department.
As a taxpayer, I'm speaking just as one taxpayer, I think it should be shown in the article what is offsetting. That way you know what you owe. As of right now, like Jack was saying, like Paul was saying, is I look at this, I'm saying, oh, I don't encourage it, I'm gonna pay $150,000 on the tax dollars, I'm voting no.
But I think, Bruce, by law, we're not allowed to put too much of an Mary and Cheryl, if one of you. Is the reason why we are so succinct with this is we used to be very wordy with our explanations, and we were actually violating how the ballot should be written by putting in too much. Right.
Yeah, the note, that's what the problem was, the note.
And there was a problem that it was being put in as a note.
But if you put down that this amount of money is gonna come from this source, that amount's gonna come from this other source, that should be legal. Right?
Can we have our attorney? I'm sorry, our retired attorney.
To raise 160,000 in total.
Okay, so I just scribbled here, so it would read, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town appropriate $85,000 and raise and appropriate $75,129 to support the recreation department?
Should it say appropriate 85,000 from anticipated recreation, fundraising, and revenues?
Could we just say from recreation revenue, just to keep it as concise as possible?
Well, if 85,000 is not all revenue and some of it is indeed fundraising. Or the easiest way to do this is to change the way that the recreation 85,000, where does that go? It goes to the undesignated fund. So then what we do is we change that and we have the $85,000 in anticipated revenue goes into the recreation capital reserve. And then what we change this article to is that we appropriate $85,000 from the recreation capital reserve with the remainder to support that $160,000 budget coming from property taxes. So right now, the $85,000 in anticipated revenue that we say is budgeted revenue goes to the undesignated fund to offset
But it
property
does, but it does,
taxes.
it goes to, I mean, Article 45, the proposed Article 45, which is the same as Article 43 from this past year, says it goes to support the capital and/or operating and programming costs for the recreation department. So it goes specifically to support the operations of the department.
Fundraising proceeds up to $85,000 will be applied to the reduction of taxes. The first $85,000 in revenue, treasurer, where does that go? Yes, where do they go? A warrant article that specifies that the $85,000 goes to recreation cap.
The way it's written here, that 85,000 will be applied to the reduction of property taxes. Revenues above that amount, in other words, $85,001 plus, will be placed in the recreation equipment and repair reserve. That's the way that reads. Now, if you don't like that, we need to change that, but that's the way it reads. The money doesn't go, the first 85,000 goes to property taxes. After that, it goes to the recreation department.
But it's the same thing. If it's going to reduce property taxes, it's going to reduce the property tax burden for supporting the operations of the recreation department.
No, it doesn't say that.
But if it goes into the general fund or the undesignated fund, we don't have, so, we used to have an article, and I think about this up last year, and we didn't have enough in the undesignated fund to do this. But we used to have an article that stated a certain portion of the undesignated fund would be used to offset property taxes. Which is what I think we came here.
So if you look at Article 18, you directly apply Article 18, recreation revenue, $85,000 to tax, to reduce the tax. And so you have to look at $85,000 out of there if you want to start doing something. Do you see what I'm saying? You have it in there as a revenue to reduce taxes already.
So these revenues then don't go to the undesignated fund?
No, the undesignated fund is your fund balance as opposed to the general fund, which is the fund that you operate. And so, I think we're overcomplicating this. The $85,000 goes into the general fund, thereby reducing the tax burden, and in the process helps to support the cost of the recreation department above what is supported through tax dollars.
Okay, what does Blackstone say about this? What does Blackstone say about this?
I think that these three different articles, each of which is trying to accomplish something, but one of the super highlights, one really feels kind of new. I get the point that Article 5 is that the fundraising also use taxes, and I think that that's what we refer that to in this listing. Just seems like there's got to be some coordination with something about raising the taxes and really working.
still don't, we understand where it comes out of, but how is the taxpayer gonna understand? When you read this article, they're gonna read this and see 160,000, and read what it says there, and if I had to guess, probably a lot of them are gonna say no. And I don't wanna see that. We need to somehow simplify this to make it all work. I don't know how. I don't know what to do.
Why can't we just say that, whatever the figure was, 85,000 is gonna come out of an existing fund, and that the balance will be raised through taxes?
There's no existing fund with $85,000 in it. The $85,000 is generated over the course of a year through when families pay for their kids to go to summer camp, or when they buy tickets to go to the daddy-daughter dance. That's where the $85,000 comes from.
This year's tax.
Yes.
Why can't you just say that half for next year, we'll take $85,000 out of the general fund?
It didn't lapse. It was used. It was
Right
used.
towards taxes, if you the assessment and the commitment that is added in as the revenue to reduce the property tax burden.
It's already been spent.
We took
Yeah,
out of
exactly.
that article, all of those reduce the property tax burden through 19, right, the 85,000. So we reduced it. We reduced the property tax burden with $85,000, and that's revenue article number 18. So it's on.
How did we use the revenue generated in 2019 to offset the 2019 tax burden? Wouldn't it be that the revenue generated from 2019 would be offsetting the 2020 tax burden?
No. So when the tax commitment is done, the assessor goes through, he generates all the revenues, all the expenditures, the tax assessment is set based upon the information that he has there. That's how taxes are calculated. It's calculated based upon revenue and expenditures. I just went through today with the insurance stuff for quite a while, and the recreation revenue was on there as part of the reduction.
So in my mind, this article is no different than the articles that we have for the cemetery and for solid waste, which have revenue sources outside of property taxes that help support the operations of those departments. And the way that we do that is we say, this is the amount that's going to be raised and appropriated through taxes. This is the amount that's going to be appropriated through whatever, in this case, appropriation revenues.
The difference is those are on the floor, this is secret.
Correct.
That's the only difference.
Correct.
And I agree with Jack and I agree with Tom. If I see this, I'm gonna vote no. It's just.
Yeah, but I'm not certain why the language that we use for an article on the floor can't be the same that we use for this on the ballot. I understand that, but, let's assume that people know what raise and appropriate means versus appropriate from recreation revenue.
Just to suggest, that this should be tabled and we should look at ways to reword this explicit and explain to the person how the money is working instead of spending it.
If we think that voters need an explanation for this, then should this be an article on the floor?
Oh, we know it should be, but we can't do that this year. Because we haven't.
Why not?
We set the,
Oh, we can do it. Because there's no petition. No.
You can, but there probably will
Right,
be.
right, but there isn't anything with that this year.
To me, the bottom line here is that the bulk of this extra cost, or what was budgeted in 19, or what we're asking for 20, is demonstrated to be the increased wages. Now, if we're comfortable telling the town to this is an increase in wages, and part of it's mandated because of, the minimum wage went up. And if the recreation department, we put this budget together, we can't, generally feel like they can make cuts in the operating budget to make up for the increased wages. And we as the budget committee and as the select board just need to be able to tell the town that, this is what the increase is. I mean, that's really the bottom line there. I mean, they're either comfortable with it or not. I mean, obviously, in Tom's point, we don't have any sense of, what the increase is gonna be overall for the whole budget, and, it's hard to, sit here at the beginning of this whole process and say, well, yeah, I'm okay with that. Because, at the end of the whole process, I mean, if it's like he said, if it's a 10 or 12% increase, then, as Rick said, you gotta go back and make changes. I mean, I don't know.
Which we will.
We're on, article number 4 here, or number
33
here. We're number 4, and we've got to get there. I'm gonna have to go get a whole nother bunch of dishes.
Seems to me the solution is to emergency discussion. Put the 85 in as revenue, not raise, put 75 in the raise in article number 1. Take it out of article 18, take the recreation revenue out of article 18. And when we get the revenues, it's different too. We're gonna have to maybe look harder at that. That would be, I think, an honest way to propose it for article 3 for the recreation.
I remember, like, every year, you have some articles that have to vote on. You have some articles to the sun side for rewriting. Looks to me like this should be one of them. And for the board to make a determination, does it go on the floor, or does it go into the booth? It looks to me like it's a better floor article than it is a booth article.
You're right, we're at that point, I believe.
Well, and the argument has been in years prior that you kept it on the day before because you get more voter turnout the day before town meeting.
Well, that's one of the things we'll have to decide.
We're talking 100 people to 400 or 500 people. That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Then maybe we need to do a better job of getting people to town meeting. Like, have a shuttle pick them.
Like this one last night, and people don't go to town meeting.
If this article was on the floor at town meeting, we'd be having the same thing right now. Guarantee you. You can play all the number games you want, but that's not.
Well, there are two questions. One is, how's this article written? And two, do we want it in the booth or do we want it on the floor? What we need to do, I think, is table the discussion on the article, and have the other one too, 40, whatever it was, 43, 45, and bring that up another night. 18 is the list. Just pull that recreation part out of that 8. All right? Well, yeah, but I'm saying is we put the whole thing together. We'll address it. We'll give the staff time to answer some of these questions.
You just table that one, tell you,
Bullet table 18?
yeah.
Okay.
Table that one, and
Table
table
45 and
Okay,
43.
I'll move that we table Article 3, Article 18, and Article 45, I think.
I'll second that.
I'll give a little more time. to
Yeah, and then we'll bring that back, that'll be on the, well, let me finish what I'm saying. What was I saying? Anyway, that was my motion, that we table those.
Well, we'll worry about that when you said it.
You have a
Time
second?
to come back. I seconded it.
Okay, 8 and second, Linda, what's it?
So, 45 is going to be tabled as well, I'm sure some of the hundred and I would be changed. But if this were an article that only authorized us to collect fundraising, it would have been passed multiple years ago and could be a special article. So maybe making it, or moving forward, making it a special article
look at, we can put that in the mix to consider. Okay, will that satisfy everybody right now?
I think we got it, we're gonna get through here tonight.
Motion's been made.
So when do we revisit this after it's put to the table?
When, when we have the meeting to do the revisit on all the ones that get tabled tonight that we're unable to come to a conclusion on.
Is that our next meeting? Is that?
So let's see how many of these we have, and we'll set a date before we go into it.
Okay.
All right? Set a date before we go
What's
into
the deadline date to have this done?
town meeting.
Well, I don't know, obviously.
When does it go to the printer?
When is the printing, when does the printing have to be in?
By the end of the month.
All right, so I'll have, end of January, we'll have to meet again before, we'll meet soon, I don't know what it is, but I want to say, if it turned out to be the only one, then maybe we'll meet soon.
So is the desire then that we rewrite the article?
Yes.
Well, when we look at Article 18, we have revenue sources from other things in the town,
The
right?
motion is what, we vote on that motion.
Yeah.
All in favor of the motion? 3, 4 to nothing, 1 absent. All right, yes, rewrite the article. That's what we're looking, so try to answer some of the concerns that were raised as far as making it clearer what this $160,000 is all about. Did you say that right?
Part of the discussion on that, Mike, was I was going to say that we didn't necessarily have to table Article 18, because we have revenue sources from recycling and others that we don't have in Article 18 that are offset property tax commitment. Those,
I did include 18 in the motion.
right, but what I'm saying is recreation is the only department singled out.
Well, when we get
For
to
that.
18, if you want to remove it from the table, that is the board's prerogative.
All right, let's go on, see how we do.
Okay. Article 4, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town raise and appropriate $82,094 to support the library budget? The 2019 budget was $82,094. The 2019 actual expenditures were $58,863, and the 2020 request is $82,094.
I'll make that motion.
Motion been made, I'll second it. Motion been made and seconded, discussion on the article. Yes.
Mark Allen, have, as previously mentioned, we had the same problem where we underspent last year because of a vacant position. Jenna Patterson left, we had 3 full months before the librarian was hired, she was not really experienced, so she didn't have all the things, she 2 weeks went on maternity leave, unpaid. So, the difference in our budgeted personnel costs last year, including the benefits, were $70,662. The actual was 49, 70, so that's $21,600, which is the bulk of the $23,000 that we spent last year. But again, that can't be explained in the secret ballot. So we were already talking about how can we educate voters about what this means, because some people are going to look at this and say, oh, well, I was on the expense, so you have but anyway, that's the information.
But the good thing is, it's the same as it was last year. That's gonna be the selling point.
Exactly. Not asking for anything.
Any other discussion on this article? Okay. Select board, how do we vote? In favor. Okay. 4 in favor, 1 absent. Budget committee? 5 in favor. Thank you.
Should we have a line like 4 against, abstain, and absent?
I just put 1 absent. I mean, I said 1 absent, we didn't put it.
Yes, we will have it, that in the report. And then just following the template that's been used in the past.
Okay. Article 5.
To proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town raise and appropriate $1,500 to support the hospice volunteers of the Waterville area?
This was a petitioned article.
2019 budget was 1,500, 2019 actual is 1,500, and the 2020 request is 1,500.
I make that motion.
Second. Now, and then the question is, since it was a petition article, is it appropriate for us to make a recommendation for or against?
No.
We don't.
So
That's right.
then we leave it to the budget committee.
I withdraw that.
The,
So, it is what was done, this makes it right, it is what it was done last year.
We did vote on it?
we did, and
I make a motion then?
Motion been made and seconded.
well, and I think that we've had, I mean, it's a petition article, we have to put it forward, so we really shouldn't sway voters with our opinions on it, but it is a monetary article, right?
It's just a recommendation.
So I'm not trying to cut it or anything, so we either were.
All of these are just recommendations.
All right.
Then move
Select-
seconds.
Move in second. We're ready to vote on?
Yeah.
Select board, four, one absent. 2, 3, 4. 5. 1 against. 4 and 1 against.
All right, Article 6, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town raise and appropriate $2,067.77 to support the Central Maine Area on Aging, also known as Spectrum, is it Spectrum Generations? The 2019 budget was $2,041, 2019 actual is $2,041, and the 2020 request is $2,067.77, which is an interesting amount.
We questioned this before. No, I'll make that motion.
Seconded. Made and seconded, discussion on the article.
I think we should see what the percentage increase is.
Are there any serious comments on the article? If not, select board, 4, 1 absent, budget. 4, 1 against, okay.
All right, Article 7, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town raise and appropriate $1,000 to support literacy volunteers? And is there more to their name? Is it Literacy Volunteers of Kennebec? Literacy Volunteers
How
of...
it was listed in the report this past year.
Well, they have a full name, I think. Well, if they have a full name, we'll put that there. So I think it's Literacy
What does it say?
Volunteers of Kennebec Valley or
Check the
something.
petition, see what they put on it.
All right, 2019 budget was $1,000, 2019 actual was $1,000, and 2020 request is $1,000.
I make that motion.
Second. Made and seconded, any discussion on the article? All those in favor of budget, us? 4, 1 absent. 4, 1 against.
All right, Article 8, to proceed with voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town appropriate $20,000 from the Water Quality Improvement Fund and raise and appropriate $20,000 for a total of $40,000 for lake water quality programs, including erosion control and invasive plant milfoil removal and prevention, operated by the following nonprofit organizations? The current balance of the Water Quality Improvement Fund is, do we have a dollar amount there?
No, as I emailed you guys earlier, our auditor is still working on audited figures, and she strongly recommended not publishing something until we have audited figures for that fund and for all of our capital reserves.
Do we need 40,000 in there?
No,
We don't know when it's gonna happen.
within a week, she said.
Could we table these, all of these that we don't have numbers for?
We should, because we need to make sure there's $40,000 in the water quality.
No, I'm telling you, there's not. That's why we're raising and appropriating.
No,
20.
sorry, the 20.
But you can't vote on it.
We can't without a number. So I make a motion, we table Article 8.
Seconded. Made and seconded, all in favor?
Thank you.
4, 1 absent. Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
like to go back to 6, please. Expected generations, I just had
We said they would make the correction. And all of those, just check the petition, see what how they call themselves.
All right, Article 9, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town raise and appropriate $5,000 to support the Belgrade Lakes Region Business Group's 4th of July fireworks with a set rain date for July 5th? Should we put July 5, 2020? 2019 budget was $4,500, 2019 actual was $4,500, and the 2020 request is $5,000.
Motion,
Oh, I'll make it.
motion made, motion is made and second. In favor?
I'm gonna be against it.
So
You
is it,
voting, Ernie?
Yes.
Three, one against.
Two, four.
I was gonna ask for discussion, but okay.
My original point without knowing the total dollar amount, where I would have voted for an increase over the previous year.
All right, is there any discussion on that? Should have asked that before we took a vote.
That's
Do
one
we,
we-
do we want to table it until we have an overall amount?
Well,
Or just leave, let the vote stand as it is?
you're gonna have to table everything that's over. Why don't we just go through it to see where the recommendations lie? And if they're all, if we're in trouble overall, then we can go back and table what we have to table. All right?
That was a petition.
Yeah. Not much we can do about that. I mean, we can make a recommendation.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going on the ballot, we can still make a recommendation. For it against.
Okay, to proceed, Article 11, to,
We have to do it.
so, sorry.
Wait a minute, we
Can I
have
get a ruling on, just the vote on board budget?
the budget committee.
Okay, thank you.
And did we vote?
Yes.
We did 3-1.
Okay, Article 10.
Article 10, to proceed with the voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town raise and appropriate $1,116.50 to support the sexual assault crisis and support center?
This was a petition article.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all the same.
Made and seconded, any discussion on the article? Okay, board, how do you vote? Four in favor, one absent. Budget committee. Four and one.
All right, Article 11, to proceed with voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town appropriate $1,500 to support the town's senior resources committee? 2019 budget was $0, 2019 actual is $0, 2020 request is $1,500.
I'll make the motion.
Second?
It's a pretty big increase here.
I know, but he's getting old.
Okay, any discussion on the article? Although we didn't vote on it. No, we're not
Then
gonna vote.
move to second.
Moved and seconded, let's, discussion on the article.
Was this a,
No, petition. This is a town organization. Discussion? Okay, board, how do you wanna vote? Where? It is new. You wanna speak to it, Gary?
We're trying to set up an organization that will be available to seniors, tell them what resources they have, the things that they can get a hold of, financial benefits they can have. Secondarily, we have become one of ARC's age-friendly communities. Belgrade is an ARC age-friendly community. What that does allows us to get grants from ARC. We have broad goals of opening the senior center, of trying to develop a living area in Belgrade, an assisted living area that seniors in Belgrade to use, much like the one in Reedfield and several other towns around. That's where our goal is. Okay?
All right, other discussion, questions?
I'm just curious as to why this is appropriate to raise them.
Oh, you're right, Arthur, thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay, board, how do you vote? 4, 1 absent, budget committee. Or how you vote, you voting or abstaining? Okay. 4, 1 against.
Article 12, to proceed with voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town of Belgrade accept from the Friends of Belgrade Lakes Village, a nonprofit corporation, a gift of 6 benches and 6 bike racks with an approximate value of $25,000, installed as enhancements to the Route 27 road construction?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
I'll second.
Made and seconded, discussion on the article. This is not a money article, it's the budget committee, we don't have the budget, we don't need a budget committee recommendation on a non-money article. Got that? Yes.
You got a hand up over there.
Yes. I don't know offhand, they do have a, we do have a maintenance fund that goes along with the gift. You shouldn't, it's hard to know, I mean, they got 16 benches or something like that.
Oh, it's not that many, it's just 6 and 6.
6 and 6.
I don't know if you've seen them, Dan, but they're really sturdy, so the only thing I can imagine would happen to them is hate to
Somebody has to hit them.
In that case, insurance will cover it. Barbara? Yes.
Imagine that.
We should look at, we have something that we have at work that is specifically designed to remove graffiti from,
All right. Board, how do we vote on this? How do you want to vote on this?
all those in favor?
Yes,
4, 1 absent. 13.
Article 13, to proceed with voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town approve an ordinance that allows the Belgrade Fire and Rescue Department to recover the cost of responding to incidents involving people and/or entities who do not pay property taxes in Belgrade?
And you'll notice the shaded part there, Dan suggested to me today, and I thought it was a good suggestion. Initially, it just said involving people, and he mentioned, what about businesses, corporations, or whatever. And so his suggestion, again, I thought it was a good suggestion, and or entities.
Probably going to be a good topic at town meeting.
Well, but the problem is, this is the day before. This is secret ballot, and part of the problem with that is,
No, you're right.
we did discuss,
Or we can take it off.
But don't ordinances have to be approved by secret ballot?
No,
no,
Really?
we can take it off and put it on the floor.
But again, you got 100 people, not 400 or 500 people.
Well, then maybe we ought to be talking about putting the whole town meeting on this.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you what, it's not far from that.
Not this week.
No.
All right,
I was just trying to,
go ahead.
I just said, I was just like a no-brainer. We're not just for people who not pay property taxes, celebrate.
Yeah.
It's just, outside entities like this tanker company that caused this damage, that, with this ordinance, we could have gotten 3-4 times what we were able to recover. So, however, if there was my tanker and I'm a town taxpayer, then they get the fire out and they don't charge me. Potentially insurance companies, because I think there's a, whatever. Anyway, go ahead.
All right.
I think part of the,
Katie's.
If it goes by this, it's property tax only, so.
well, and that was the thing, was the other thing is the ordinance review, because one of the things that came up was a renter, or if it was, say, like a repeat offender, or the fire department was always having to go, because, I don't know, they constantly set off false alarms repeatedly, so there are some other pieces to this.
But it just doesn't work. It'll be back again, I guarantee you.
Oh, I do too, but when is the public hearing where we decide on this ordinance and the,
Hearing,
yeah, the public hearing, when is
let
that?
you up for it.
When is it?
Do we have a date yet?
Because it has to be so far below, before town
I'm just trying to
meeting.
get through this.
Oh, okay, no, I mean, how many days before we have to have it?
I thought at one point someone told me approximately 2 weeks. Does that sound right? For a month?
It is 2 weeks?
Like 10 days.
All right. I got a couple hands up.
Waiting here, waiting for make it finish.
I'm wondering if this should be only printed of the, I'm sorry, of the Colgate Fire and Rescue Department. Why don't we just be 10? I'm thinking of this incident that occurred with the tanker truck. There was a little of that damage that occurred to the town road. I don't know if it's fix the shape of it. Some damage to the people.
I don't understand what you, in other words, shouldn't say just the fire and rescue, should say that, include the town.
Which would include fire and rescue and how the town is supposed to use.
Go ahead, Ed.
My question is, where does the recovered money go, physical against the fire department?
It goes to support the fire department specifically, and the way the ordinance is written, and this isn't more specific because I checked with MMA, they said on a ballot item, you can't put too much information lest it look like that you're advocating. That's right. And so, the way the ordinance is written, it offsets the cost for, fire department salaries.
That damaged equipment, correct?
The way the ordinance is written, the funds raised goes to pay for,
It's
the second part.
Yeah, the part-time, the.
So we're not talking about damage to fire equipment, it's, as someone mentioned, when the tanker truck happened out there, it's to recover the cost, of all the personnel that went out there, all the materials that were used in order to put that on, and so forth and so on. And so the cost of that incident response would then be collected in revenue. And the way the ordinance is written, that you guys previously approved, goes to offset the cost of fire department salaries.
Bruce, is it?
I was just gonna say, the tank pilot, a lot of our expense that we had was equipment that we had to pull away. Hours and hours.
I got another hand up.
Joyce?
You brought up the question of people that are renting, you could just say, there's how many entities involved in library services. And because the mailing address is more important, you should have.
Well, number one, it was meant to include people that have own property on the lake, as an example. That they wouldn't pay. And they're not necessarily Belgrade residents. And, what was the second part of what you said? What was the second part of what you said?
Yeah, and, I'm sorry, Lois. I'm sorry, go ahead. Something just, well, something just, the concern about renters, keep in mind, we're not going after individuals for this cost recovery. This is coming from insurance companies. And again, that's in the ordinance itself, if not in the warrant article, because we're limited on how much detail we can put into the warrant article.
Okay.
Again, I think
Should we state in here to recover from insurance the cost of responding to incidents involving people and/or entities that do not pay property taxes?
Well, again, just after seeking MMA's opinion, they told me you don't have to make it as brief as possible in order not to look as though you're advocating a position.
The fact is, if there's damage caused, it's really the person who caused the damage who's responsible, not the insurance company. We hope to recover from the insurance company if they have insurance.
Well, the way the ordinance is written, if they don't have insurance, then they're not going to recover costs. The ordinance specifically says that we'll be recovering costs for current insured parties.
I don't know what else, man.
Again, we'll be back and deal with this, update this at a later date,
Can we-
I'm sure, because this is just a test thing, to see how it works.
Can I make a motion that we table Article 13, just while we, I guess, figure out exactly the best way to say it? I mean, if the intention of the ordinance is to recover costs from the insurance company, I don't feel like that's adding information that's going to sway the voters.
Yes, Tom.
We did. It was about $9,000, but had we had an ordinance in place, we would have collected about $36,000. It was not.
I was thinking 11.
Yeah.
You have something to say?
State law exactly, when it says, the article is supposed to say, shall ordinance entitled X be enacted, there's no explanation, because if you say ordinance, say no, but you get it. You can't have too much that might seem to be trying to
Influence it.
I can't remember when the ordinances, it was when it was posted in the groups or somewhere in the rooms of somebody that they could do it before that chance to look at. And that's one way that, the voting issue that somebody doesn't know if you can follow.
Yeah, but we really can't do much with the wording here. Well, if we can't do much with the wording, what are we going to table it for?
Well, does the wording need to be more succinct, Becky?
Is this wording okay, or should we, do we have to change it, do you think? So what you're suggesting is it should merely say, shall an ordinance entitled such and such be enacted? Because it won't be, this is in it. This is written article, this is the.
This is the day before.
I don't know, it seems to me that this is what we're, unless we change it to simplify it just to the title of the ordinance, which is going to give less information than this.
But you copied this from somebody else's, correct? Isn't this something?
To be honest with you, Rick, I can't recall if I sent this specific language to MMA or not. I mean, I sent him something that was more specific than this, and they said, oh, no, you can't do that.
No, but wasn't there an,
Yes, yes.
similar to this in another town?
Yes, but that was the ordinance itself, not the warrant.
This is self-explanatory.
Yeah.
It reads fine.
It can be changed at a later date too.
All right, let's vote on it. Board. 4 in favor, 1 absent.
I'll move it, Ricky seconded it.
You don't want it, right. 14. To proceed with voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town approve an update to the town's library ordinance, which was last amended in 2008?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Made and seconded. discussion on the article?
Geez, let's spend 2 minutes on that now.
Well, we can, I mean, it's,
You're getting into,
we're-
Oh, no, I was voting.
Oh,
Sorry.
never mind, get it while she's voting.
Board, in favor? 4, 1 absent. 15, to proceed with voting on by secret ballot on the following question: shall the town approve an updated interlocal agreement for the maintenance and operation of the town of Belgrade's 3 dams?
I'll make the motion.
Motion been made, seconded. Discussion on the article.
I think we discussed that enough.
Okay. Board? 5 in favor, 1 absent.
4.
4 in favor, excuse me. But she was here.
Doesn't count.
Okay, we are off of the written ballot now, boys.
Were you gonna
Article
finish reading
16.
them? Are you gonna finish reading them?
Well, I'll go into, lose my voice again.
Okay.
Thank you. 16, to see if the town will authorize the Board of Select Persons to act on the following. Spend an amount not to exceed 1/4 of the approved budget for 2020 between January 1, 2021 and the date of the regular 2021 town meeting. Vote to accept any of all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed and not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund. I'm out there already.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Oh, we got it voted on, so it's all good.
All right, discussion on it? Board, how do we vote? 4 in favor, 1 absent. 16.
Does the budget committee have to vote on that, because there's no monetary amount, but
There's no money involved.
but we're agreeing to not spend money not to exceed 1/4 of the budget.
That's still our baby.
Okay.
17.
Article 17, see if the town will set Friday, September 4, 2020, as the date the 2020 property taxes are due. And 2, and to charge interest at the rate of 1% per annum higher than the tax anticipation note interest rate on taxes paid after September 4, 2020. This is a run-on sentence. Woo! With interest to continue until the tax and taxing are paid in full. And to see if the town will set the interest rate to be paid by the town on taxes paid later abated at 2% per annum from the date of the tax payment to the date the abated amount is refunded to the taxpayer. Note, 9% maximum per state treasurer. Is there a way that we can make that more than one sentence? Because that is a super long run-on sentence.
Jay's gotta read it, so he should go say. Yeah.
Well, luckily we have a wordsmith on the staff now. Can you look at that and see if you can?
I can try that.
I'll make a motion on that.
Motion been made.
Before y'all vote on it, our assessor makes an argument for charging more than a penalty of 1%.
I was gonna bring that up. It's a bargain.
If y'all want to hear it, I'll be happy to share with you what his thoughts are as far as that goes.
Bring it.
So the maximum is 9%. He says 1% doesn't really serve as a deterrent for people to pay their taxes on time versus late. And I said, and he said most of the towns that he deals with charge on the upper end of that versus, he says he doesn't know of anyone who charges 1%. I said, okay, so what about the article for people who are low income and have trouble paying their taxes? He said, his argument to that was, listen, if they can't afford, if they can only afford a 1% penalty, chances are they can't afford their taxes, period. That they may be upside down on their property. So that's the argument from the assessor.
Right.
Well, that gets determined at some later date.
We had quite a discussion on this last year.
Yeah.
And it was gonna be quite higher, and
We're gonna look at
one person had to vote against it, and I won't tell you who it was, and I was gonna take it to town meeting, and I will again. If people can't friggin' pay the taxes, what the hell, 1%, and the 10 note is fine. You know, I'm not in favor of going any more on it, but
Well, that's why we went that way over the time.
that's right.
What are we paying taxes this year in interest? What was the rate of that?
That's incorrect.
Interest rate, I think it was 307.
So that would have been,
Including the 1% possibly.
Maybe.
I have to go for my book.
I took Old City to 3.1, but, so it's 4%, right?
Becky,
The road sale ticket, the meeting, so it was like the candidates between 6 months.
Oh.
So the 1%.
yeah, so we were actually charging almost 5%.
That's why I said I had five
As
still.
Anthony stated, was that, we're looking in the town report, there's quite a few people that don't pay the taxes because on top, eventually do pay the taxes in general. They don't pay them on time because the interest rate not paying those taxes is so much lower than the interest rate that they might receive, investment fund or something like that, where that money that they would use to pay their taxes would be. So, the recommendation is to increase that, make that less, less desirable to hold off on paying your taxes until whenever you feel like it. I get Ricky's point that, I was part of that discussion last year, to go and raise that, to harm people who had trouble paying their taxes, but the argument that he uses is that, the majority of people that can't pay their taxes, this isn't going to affect them if they can't pay their taxes. And if you can't pay your taxes, then that's when you put in for some sort of abatement or some kind of whatever, because of hardship. And, we've got quite a slew of, there's a reason why we have that tax anticipation law. There's quite a pile of money that it sits. People who can pay their taxes, but choose not to for other reasons. But the majority of them, I can't pass a judgment on everybody that doesn't pay their taxes, but they do. But, we talked about this before, I don't know. You settled on the 1% of the 10, so you weren't paying money to subsidize people that would pay the taxes, but I don't know. We could go higher for sure. We raise rates on cemetery costs and things like that. I mean, it's certainly an area we could, raise money. I don't know how much it generates, but I mean, it certainly is
I don't think it's meant to be a fundraiser, it's meant more to be a deterrent.
deterrent. Absolutely. And if the deterrent is, if it works, if you can pay the taxes because of the penalty is higher, then, that just means the payment is that much less. And so, that's my point.
What do we want to do before we vote on the article? Do we want to look at raising that figure or leave it the way it is?
I know what I'm feeling.
It is. You feeling that? How about you, Mary?
Well, my feeling, I was in favor of raising it to, maybe the maximum we can raise it to. But Katie and Ricky's point, anybody that has hardship paying the taxes, there is an avenue for them to use to assist in that.
They're paying, where they would have paid last year, almost 6%, right? Mary? Four plus the 1%. 4.1 plus, 5%, okay. What if we,
3.6 and then 1%, so 4.6.
4.6, so almost 5%. What about, instead of leave the wording or reference to 10 out, just say it's gonna be 5%? It sounds more intimidating. And it amounts to the same money.
Well, it does, but it don't. We got borrowed money anyway.
Yeah, Jack.
What's the credit card rate? Or credit card.
30% or something?
People would use.
And some of them are 22% on some of them, right?
I've seen it as high as 30.
That's different. That's all right.
It's voluntary.
That's right.
What do we want to do?
go to the bank and see what you can get for money on your interest on your money. It's a joke.
Okay, just to get us moving here, I'll say we should put a 6% penalty on late taxes.
Is that on top of the can or no?
No, just 6%. With references to the TAN.
Okay, hang on. What if the TAN note interest goes through the roof? The TAN note this year is 8%. That's set at 6. It does need.
Well, if it does, then we'll be getting 9%. At this point, I don't care, what do we want to do?
It might make it simpler just to set a fixed rate.
That's what I'm getting at.
To a rate that varies from.
To have it tied to the TAN. So I do agree with just simplifying it, and if you're late on your taxes, it's 5%. You said 6 then, I go 5.
I don't agree with that idea if they were paying the state tax.
All right, well, I'm gonna make a motion first that it's 5%, we don't make any reference to the TAN.
Motion was made for 5, I'll second it. Discussion.
Tom?
Following the old tax bills, it said that the unpaid taxes were due retroactively then back to a certain date. So they're not paying them before. It said there's also a penalty retroactively on the old tax bill. Does anybody else recall that?
There was something about with the rate compounded daily or something till the taxes were paid. With interest to continue until the tax and taxing are paid in full. And to see if the town will set the rate to be paid, blah, blah, blah.
Becky? You kind of had to pay whatever the rate was that year, I would guess. All right,
So I guess, so I make a motion to see if the town will set Friday, September 4th, 2020 as the date the 2020 property taxes are due, and to charge interest at the rate of 5%. Do we need per annum or just 5% interest rate on taxes paid after September 4th, 2020, with interest to continue until the tax and taxing are paid in full, and then the rest of that?
okay, so you basically agree right now.
Just getting rid of TAN,
Yeah.
reference to the TAN.
We all clear on what the motion is? Huh? Well, I don't know, if anyone wants to say something about it.
So right now, that interest rate is paid back on an abatement at a rate of 2%.
Okay. All right, any other discussion, any other comments, questions, discussion?
My point is that I'm still okay with the state maximum. It's all nice of us to allow people to only pay 5% if they don't pay their taxes.
There hasn't been a second on the 5%.
Yeah.
Did you get a second? Okay.
All right, if there's no other discussion, those in favor? 2,
I'll take it up at town meeting.
you opposed?
Yeah,
So 2 and 2, so it dies.
So we're back to the original article. I'll move the original article to see what we have with that.
I'll second that.
Made and seconded. Discussion on the original article. Okay, board, any votes? Voting yes? Well, don't put your hand up, I'm taking a yes. Okay, that dies too, but,
No, that was a 3 and
oh, I
1.
didn't see, I'm sorry. Okay, that passes.
So that's a 3 and 1.
Move on. Oh, the budget committee didn't, they don't vote on that.
Article 18. Article 18 still tabled?
Is it still tabled? Leave it tabled at least till the end of the meeting, so, and if you want to.
Well, and at some point, I'd like you guys just to say yea or nay on the 2020 proposed revenues. Even if this remains tabled, if we need to do more legwork, then we'd like to know that tonight.
Well, okay. Article 19.
Yeah, no, I gotta get up. I'll be right back. Ernie's gonna take over.
Article 19, to see if the town will carry forward $4,500. And raise and appropriate, were we gonna not do carry forwards? Wasn't the,
So what Mary pointed out yesterday, I guess, that as opposed to letting it lapse into the undesignated fund, because we'd have to create more accounts for that, just to carry forward the unspent amount. So the terminology is different, the end result is the same, as opposed to pulling those funds from the undesignated fund. Did I speak correctly, Mary?
Yes.
So unless we're just doing it, because there are carry forwards, always if we're gonna do undesignated, I would rather see one article, because I don't have undesignated accounts set up, which department is going to, and settle all those accounts. See one article with the undesignated for all of them.
And I didn't see a good way to write the articles where we don't have all of the monies adding up to what the total is, if we're gonna have one article for appropriating all the undesignated funds. So we thought that this was simpler and cleaner. And it, again, achieves the same end result, which is that it lowers the tax rate.
I'll make the motion then, I guess.
you want me to read the whole? Sorry.
You didn't, I'm sorry.
All right, to see if the town will carry forward $4,500 and raise and appropriate $574,217 for a total sum of $578,717 to support the costs associated with municipal operations and administrative activities. Itemized requirements are as follows. Select Board, 2019 actual was $10,832, 2020 proposed is $14,955. Board of Appeals, 0, and 2019 actual, 2020 $1,438. Administration, $352,565 actual, $397,577 proposed in 2020. Town Manager, $95,298. Actual, 2020 proposed, $100,369. Code Enforcement Officer, Plumbing Inspector, $41,645 actual in 2019. 2020 proposed, $47,828. Planning Board, $1,216 actual in 2019, proposed for 2020, $5,700. Hearings and Elections, $4,867, proposed for 2020, $10,450. Town Historian, $400 actual in 2019, 2020 proposed is $400, for a total actual amount expended in 2019 of $506,823. 2020 proposed is $578,717. 2019 budget was $558,307. 2019 actual expenditures were $506,823. 2020 request is $578,717. I will make that motion.
Second. Motion been made, seconded, discussion on the article.
I think that this is gonna, if this were me, and it will be me looking at this, I would say if in 2019 we only spent $506,000, why are we asking for $20,000 more than we asked for in 2019?
Why are we asking $20,000 more?
Well, $20,000 more, but when you look at what was actually spent, and yes, some of that is gonna be personnel increases, but if we spent less than $510,000, we're looking at asking for an additional $68,000 over what was spent.
Any of the increases, for the legal expenses, for appeals, board of planning board?
No, we actually cut the budgets of the appeals and planning boards.
So planning board's proposed budget is $5,700. All of that, I know there was mapping, but that mapping wasn't that amount.
Mapping was $2,500, and that's part of the carry forward.
Hearings and elections ought to be pretty straightforward. Cost gone up on hearings and elections.
I don't know, but I didn't realize it would went up that much. I was kind of curious about that.
Because of the presidential election. Well, let's see what was budgeted versus what was spent. So what was budgeted was $7,200, and what was spent was $4,900. And what was requested this coming year was $10,450.
On the election, why was it budgeted 7,000 something and we only spent 4,800? And why would we need an additional, presidential year? We didn't spend the 7,800 this year, so why would we need to increase another 2,000?
Well, we are carrying forward 2,000 from this past year's budget for hearings and elections, to help cover the increased cost of a presidential election.
So if we carry forward 2,000, and the town clerk said she asked for an additional 2,000, we're still looking at $4,500.
No, actually, let's see.
It's labor, food, and the voting machine for $2,000.
Right, so I'm saying if we're carrying the other 2,000 over, and I would like, I guess, what seems like we've done with all of the other articles is actually had a 2019 request. So what the select board request was, what we actually spent, and then the proposed.
Well, again, this is my first time doing this, and I was going exactly off the template that we used in this document right here.
Bruce?
I guess, so I'll go back and ask the question again, I guess I didn't get clarification, is why can't we keep it at 7,800? Because we didn't use the 7,800 last year, why can't we keep it at 7,800 instead of 10,450? I guess that's the explanation I'm looking for.
Then it would actually put a $3,000 increase over what was actually expended, which would cover 2,000 and then some.
Can you deal with that, Kurt?
I don't remember what the labor cost is, that's the biggest.
You did ask for a couple more poll posts, correct?
It's gonna be another full election, because there's 4 this year instead of 3.
Right.
So I have to have labor for all, the different positions, and we feed them, we one man. So I don't know what we have.
Becky?
I that's money that, balance left at the end of the year for these funds, where those funds are, I just wondered, how does that relate to the article, the second vote, Article 16, for the option,
Yeah, and so those funds would not be, so Article 16, Becky says, are not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund. Those funds would not be directed to the undesignated fund.
Tom has something?
Come down, looking at the warrant articles from last year for the 2018 actual, it was 475,533 actual, and that's the proposed $458,307. So this is the second year. There's a substantial difference between the actual and the proposed.
And I'm curious on the select board. Why have we asked for $5,000 more? Because I
You
don't
didn't
know.
ask for $5,000 more. Your budget is flat. And what was budgeted this past year.
What was actually expended was $10,832.
Yes, but what was budgeted last year was $14,955, so your budget was flat. In fact, you may recall I brought your budget to you, so specifically you could make any sort of adjustments to it that you wanted, and it was agreed that you guys would stay flat at $14,955. And that is true, Dan. There was $4,000 left in that special projects fund from this past year, which would account for the difference.
Any other questions?
So if there's $4,000 left in that fund, and we're looking at a carry forward of $4,500, can we make a carry forward of $8,500? Take the $4,000 left from the select board.
But the board can obviously do whatever it pleases, obviously. But again, I'm just going to caution you guys that using one-time revenue sources for ongoing expenses is a dangerous financial approach.
The select board doesn't have a whole lot of ongoing expenses, there's not a whole lot of
Well,
switching that.
well, again, this past year you had $10,000 in expenses, and we don't anticipate that $10,000 going away, so.
Well, some of that was for a dinner and
I mean,
cake, so some of that we wouldn't be expending this year.
But an ongoing expense is, the flip side of that coin, Melanie, is a capital expense. It's a one-time expense. So for instance, we'll eventually get to a warrant article about buying a new one-ton truck. That's a one-time expense. Or transitioning from the streetlights that we currently have to LED. That's a one-time expense. There's really nothing in the select board budget that is a one-time capital expense. But those are your calls to make, but then you risk, again, providing a tax decrease one year and then a tax increase the next when you no longer have that one-time revenue source available for your ongoing expenses.
And that's what gives you the zigzag up and down.
Administration, somebody explain why there's a, I know some of it's payroll, I can't believe that
Let me look and see where the biggest cost savings were from this past year. So, the payroll was in fact about $20,000 less than what was budgeted. 161 versus 140.
So we anticipate this going to be, I guess I'm not getting at, do we need that additional $40,000 or can we cut back that $20,000?
Well, and if memory serves me correctly, Cheryl, help me out here, but we had budgeted for a full-time person that we did not hire in an effort just to, operate as leanly as possible.
Potentially, it should be in the budget.
We do use Charlene on a full-time basis, not on vacation, if Nick goes on vacation.
And lately, she's been working full-time for us just because of the workload with Mary dealing with the auditor and budget, and myself dealing with budget and warrant articles, and Cheryl doing, some other things. And so, to help ease that burden, we have used her on a full-time basis recently.
I guess my question is her intention to have that full-time position is coming in 100%, 52 weeks out of the year, or is she going to be full-time for 6 weeks, part-time for 6 weeks?
So our intention would not be to fill a full-time position unless we need to, and it sort of reminds me, Bruce, of I knew a bail bondsman whose logo was, or slogan was, it's better to know us and not need us than to need us and not know us. And it's the same thing with budget. It's better to have the budget available and not need it versus need the budget and not have it available. Especially since we cannot easily amend this budget because of the form of government. No, I understand. And again, these are y'all's decisions. And so if y'all decide, you know what, for administration, $397,000 is too much, we're more comfortable with whatever the figure is, then let us know, and we'll find the cuts in the budget. This is what I've said all along, is what I really wanted you guys to focus on, was what's your comfort level with spending for each of our departmental budgets.
I think that's what we're trying to get through here. And honestly, it feels like when we bring something up that we're like, hey, is there any way we could cut that back by $1,000? That there's a big pushback, but that is our job.
Well, I understand, Melanie, and I apologize if I sound defensive about
But I
it.
know you guys have spent a ton of time working on
We
this.
have, and this is the third discussion, and, if you guys wanted these numbers reduced, then saying so during either of the first two discussions, we'd be moving through this a little more.
I don't think it's us. I think it's gonna be the taxpayer. This is gonna be one that's always a big talking at the meeting. So you just need to be prepared for coming up with some real good answers, because they're gonna ask.
Well, and I'm very hopeful that you guys are gonna be there along with you.
Oh, no, we don't come in that way. It's all on you.
But because this is not my budget, this is our budget.
I know, I'm joking. No, we're there, but.
You could be very polite.
Jack.
What we really is somebody, on these big number of articles, the little chicken and seed articles, on these big number of articles, where there's a wide gap between the request and what was actually spent last year.
Have an answer.
Somebody can stand up at the town meeting and say, we'll give you last year's money, figure it out. And if the town votes for it, that's it.
Right.
And we like to avoid that.
But we've had some little articles that have spent hours on, too. $200. But you're right. Yeah. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, and obviously, you guys know this process, and I don't. And so, if you think that $397,000 is problematic for administration, well, then tell us what you think the voters will reasonably support, and just give us that bottom line figure, and let us go back and do the detail work.
I don't think there is a
No.
because, zero would be great. But, it doesn't happen. So, there again, I think if you look at, the 2019 budget, and the 2020 request, it's $20,000. And that increase is largely all driven by wage increases. And we just need to know that. And if there aren't ways to come a time, I mean, the wages go up, you know, minimum wage is mandated by the state and goes up. And, you know, we're gonna pay it, and there's gonna come a time where, you know, we're gonna be able to get away with saying, well, you know, the state mandated that the wages go up, we have to pay it. There's gonna come a time when the taxpayer's gonna say, well, we're gonna have to make some cuts somewhere to pay for that wage increase. Because we don't wanna continue to pay, you know, more and more in taxes. So, I mean, that's, we just have to be prepared for that at some point. If we can't make any cuts in this budget, then we can't. And we just need to stand up and say, well, this year, it's, you know, actually the total increase in the town budget is due to wages. And we can actually make that argument, but at some point, we're gonna have to make some cuts, whatever that is.
Well, and I think, what people are gonna see is not a $20,000 increase. I'm not going to say, we're looking at a $20,000 increase over last year's request. I'm gonna go $506,000 to $578 is a big ass increase.
To Jack's
And how are we gonna
Yeah, like you
fix
say,
that?
Jack's point, if there's a, you know, if somebody can stand up and say, well, this is the reason that, you know, there's $70,000 more here than there is there, you know, because we either went without positions that were budgeted or whatever, you know, then we just need to have a plan in place to say, this is why. And on the floor, you know, we can do that.
Or we can cut some of them here. I would be in favor of the select board budget going closer to, say, $13,000, and there's $2,000 that we just saved right there. If we've not used $14,955, we don't need to ask for it again. 2018, we actually used $6,787. 2019, we actually used $10,832. So if we ask for $13,000, that gives us a $2,000 and change buffer, and that saves the taxpayers $2,000.
Okay. Good.
Another question from Charlene, correct me if I'm wrong, she works here all year, correct?
Part-time.
Correct. Basically what she's doing now, so that, her figures are already in there. So why are we asking for $47,000 more? Her figures are already in there, she worked here last year. So why are we asking for those $40,000?
I was just gonna say, her figures are in there, but that position is budgeted for full-time health insurance. So if something happens to Charlene, we need a full-time employee, we have to hire that. Right now, Charlene's in here working part-time, with no benefits, that position has always been a budgeted position in this office. Take that away now, I just don't feel that it would be very attractive to the office. If something hurt and we needed an employee in there.
And you used to be able to.
We're used to it, that's right, that was always the position in here. A full-time employee with health benefits. Health benefits, $10,000.
It's a pretty big number. And people probably will ask questions. If you can answer the questions on the floor, you got it. If you can't answer the questions logically, they're gonna hold it down. That's exactly what Jack said and I said to him. So if you're uncomfortable with it, table it, see what you're gonna do with it. But I can tell you, 2,000 will make a lot of difference. So, but I see throughout this particular set of articles, there are places where your actual and this year's budget, where your actual is under last year's budget. To me, if I were king for a day, I'd take 10% cut, that's it, across the board. Now, because of the way this government works, you can't do that.
very easily. You guys can cause a 10% decrease. But if you can explain that, then you ought to vote on it and go on. If you can't explain it, then you need to table it and make some changes.
And the other thing we found out though, I mean, there is some places we might be able to make some cuts if we have to at the end. He's already found $1,000 being cut off here, so there is places. We need to keep an eye on that.
We're gonna have to put that over to Do we have information necessary to explain these increases if necessary? Use the necessary price, but we didn't mean to. Anthony?
Well, and again, Mary knows more about this process than I do.
Because if we can't explain it, we're not gonna get it.
Have it thought out ahead of time.
Oh, sure.
Cheap, cheap.
Do this on the top of your head.
No, you gotta be prepared ahead of time. All right, well, let's table this one until the next one. There we go.
All right, I'll make the motion to table it.
I'll second it.
All those in
Forward.
favor?
You're voting in the table this time, okay? Just wanted to be sure.
All right,
Four, one absent.
Article 20, to see if the town will carry forward $3,150 and raise and appropriate $228,621 for a total sum of $231,771 to support the following divisions of the Public Safety Department with any unexpended balance from the Fire and Rescue Department to lapse back into the Fire and Rescue Department reserve account. Emergency Management Director, $300. Fire and Rescue Department, $207,071. Municipal Streetlights, $10,000. Animal Control Officer, $13,950. Health Officer, $450, for a total of $231,771. 2019 budget, $230,666 requested. Actual spent $220,601. 2020 request is $231,771.
I'm gonna make that motion.
Second.
Made and seconded, discussion on the article.
Is there a way that we can keep the articles consistent where we put the 2019 actual? And as I know we've copied what we did before, but I do always kind of like to see side by side, Fire and Rescue Department actually spent this last year, this is what they're asking for. Just street lights, 0 last year, 10,000 this year, you know.
How much work would that be for you to do that?
It'll be work, but we'll do it.
I know it's work, but I mean, I'm asking you, basically, I don't want to be loading it too much on you.
I mean, whatever you guys want to do, we'll make happen.
Question on the streetlights. This $10,000 is for the existing streetlights.
Correct.
That's the existing one.
Correct.
You also have an article, proposed article in here for LED conversion.
Correct.
If that article passes, what's the timing on the conversion?
That would have to be negotiated with the vendor.
One at the end, though, is if we do realize the savings, that would go into the general, back into the general fund.
Well, there are two things that we could do. We could either put it back into the undesignated fund, or we could use those savings to pay down the cost of the LED conversion.
Which makes sense, too.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't know how to skin that cat any differently, Jack.
It's an ammunition, that's maybe we could do it.
Just a general observation, not so just this article. We wanted to have the current hold. You could add, you go on with it, current hold.
Okay. And
My
I've,
last one was what you this is current hold, because I were coming from.
right, and I've got all that information right here again.
I don't know if we would have to do it, just current hold on, put it on article, if they know where it's coming from. And if you don't know where your current hold comes
you got the note to back it up.
I think just a comment or two, that the warrant I have from last year, it says the 2019 request was 227,686, which is immediately,
Correct?
Do you think there was something? I know in this it was different because dispatch is part of public safety, the cost is broken out differently, so I'll have to go back. So you said that was the 2019 budget? Okay, I'll just have to go back and double check.
So we have to table this one.
Well, I mean, I could correct that big, and I'll correct that pretty easily. I mean, if you guys are comfortable with this budget,
That's fine with me, if it's okay with everybody else. Okay. You go back in if it needs correcting.
So this number may change, is that correct?
Yeah.
no, not the budgeted, not the 2020 budget.
Okay, no, as long as those numbers don't change, we can vote on
No,
that.
Tom was talking about the figure that's listed for the 2019
I
budget.
was gonna say, if it's gonna change the numbers in that one, we can't vote on it, but I'm fine with that.
Good. Is that the motion on the floor for this one?
We already made it.
That's why I'm asking you, did you have one? You have one?
Yes.
And that's why we're taking, any other discussion? Okay, board, maybe you want to vote? For an absent.
So,
Three and two against.
Thank you.
Article 21, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $49,633 to support the public safety answering point, call answering, $7,255, dispatch services for fire and rescue, $13,956, and rural law enforcement dispatch estimated at $28,422. Fees are for fire, police, and rescue calls. 2019 budget was $38,126. 2019 actual was $38,932, and the 2020 request is $49,633.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Made and seconded, discussion on the article.
We don't have a choice on this.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, board. For an absent.
No choice in this. Four against.
Article 22, to see if the town will raise $50,000 to be placed into the Fire and Rescue Department Capital Reserve account that was established by Article 31 in the 2013 town meeting warrant, with funds deposited in it to be used for capital expenses incurred by the Fire and Rescue Department. Oh, we have to table this one because there's no dollar amount.
But can you at least let us know whether or not you have any concerns about the dollar? Is that something we need to be revisiting in some form?
50,000?
It's only based on, right, you're still going to quickly that amount of money, but it's not right to be what's in the account. It's $81,000.
Oh, it is, and that
It's
means,
$81,000.
that means for sure. Okay.
This is one that we can come back to too, if we need to make some cuts to lower the budget.
I make a motion, do we want to table Article 22 because we don't have a dollar amount on what's in the account? Or do we just want to say yes to 50,000?
And just give us an indication, if you're comfortable with 50,000, or if you think that that's too much money, we need to go.
That's what we put in last year, correct?
Yeah.
That is.
No.
Use that figure.
Okay.
Use that figure. Okay.
Just go with the same figure, that's all.
Just
The $50,000 figure, for now.
Okay, for 23.
See if the town will raise $50,000 to be placed in the Fire and Rescue Department Building Capital Reserve account that was established by Article 20 of the 2017 town meeting warrant. Current balance of the fire and rescue department building, oh, are we tabling that one too?
Mary just said that one's 81,000.
Is it 81 even?
We can,
Current balance of the fire and rescue department building capital reserve is 81,000.
I'll make that motion. That's another one we can go back and make cuts if we need to.
I'll second it.
and maybe something to discuss with an article. Board? Or
I think we had some questions. What was the question?
I asked for this, any quick,
Oh, okay, they're voting, I'm sorry.
4 and 1. Okay.
All right, Article 24, to see if the town will raise and appropriate a sum not to exceed $50,000 to support the employment of a second full-time firefighter / EMS. Note, the cost to Belgrade taxpayers will be $25,000 should Rome voters also approve a warrant article to share on the cost of a full-time firefighter EMS. Rome's approval would provide 7-day service to medical calls in both communities. If Rome voters oppose the warrant article, Belgrade taxpayers would fund the full cost of the firefighter / EMS, who would respond to calls only in Belgrade.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
I do have a question though.
Good.
What would be the rate of pay for a person you're hiring for that? At least $20 an hour?
Well, we base that figure, it's a little lower, and that's salary and benefits. It's a little lower than what our current contract makes.
Well, my question is.
So in other words, if you're thinking that 50,000 is just salary, it's not. That's salary and benefits.
Well, that's kind of what I'm doing, but I'm running some quick numbers in my head, well, on my phone. If you paid a guy $20 an hour for 40 hours a week, 52 weeks, it's $41,600.
Correct.
Mary just told us insurance was $10,000, so you're already over.
What does Travis make it?
17 and change, and then it's gonna be $1 an hour increase, and then the potential.
I mean, I've got overtime stuff is gonna be. I mean, I just ran some quick numbers. I mean, you can't find Marion paramedics out there. It's gonna come to work for you for less than $20 an hour.
Well, it may not be a paramedic, it's more likely to be an EMT.
EMS?
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions in here?
Yeah. Good.
When they came up with this figure, they didn't figure in operating costs. Truck maintenance, an extra day, fuel, and materials that use the rescue truck, additional heat, just the fire station, heating it, days. So they didn't figure any of that stuff.
The heat will not change. The heat will be,
Electricity will, there'll be some, there's gonna be some costs that they just threw it on their net for that. So I'm not really sure what's gonna happen, but you can see it's gonna happen for a year and a half.
budgetary wise, I mean, we figured the supplies and so on and so forth, regular operating budget, and that goes up and down, unfortunately, on a yearly basis. The only thing I have like to see in, probably written in this article is what the times that we cover would be covering, what we should be doing.
You mean the times each day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the 7 days.
We could add that in if
Just
that's.
so people are not thinking that they vote for a 24-hour
Right.
service, and it's not.
Well, maybe if we said for 10 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we should approach this a little differently, because the loan is involved, the cost of it is involved. I wonder if by including the phone on the $50,000, will that tell the loan, okay, it's the same deal, things are okay. Suppose we approve $25,000 contingent upon the loan coming up with their $25,000.
Well, my question was gonna be, if they do approve it, what are we gonna do with that other $25,000?
Well, and maybe I didn't artfully word this, but see, it says will raise and appropriate a sum not to exceed $50,000. And so then the note below explains that our hope is that we will half that cost with Rome, but should Rome decide not to fund the cost, then we will pay the $50,000 max if necessary in order to fund the position. But if that's the case, Jack, we won't be responding to calls in Rome. And that's what's in the last line of the note.
Well, you will because of mutual aid agreement. But I don't want to get into that. That's not what we're here for. That's another whole.
Well, I feel like it wasn't too long ago that we were asking permission for one full-time and having to justify one. So now if we're coming back and now we're gonna have to justify two. And this is one of those, that until you need them.
They're at the point you probably need it.
Right.
Wait.
Well, that's what I mean, but people are, that would be my thought was,
Time's getting older.
I meant like, oh, if I don't need them, because I haven't called them, for a year, do we really need to have two full-time?
It wouldn't be a full-time altogether.
Right.
It just do more coverage for the town.
One thing, James Jackson, he owns some music for us, and so we're gonna.
Week after.
Week after. Oh, yeah.
And the other thing is our average age is about 50 on the
Any other questions?
I like Jack's idea of that we're gonna raise 25,000 and that the having a full-time, maybe we need to think about how we do it if they don't wanna participate.
Well, and that's what we were trying to accomplish with this, was to give Belgrade voters the option of approving a full-time firefighter, regardless of what Rome does or does not do.
Didn't we, the first time with Travis' position, didn't we approve the 6 months? Seems to me I remember something about that. I don't know whether it was going to be a trial period or we just didn't want to raise all the money at once. Does anyone remember? I wonder if we could do something like that here.
Hire somebody to be committed to it for.
I was about to say, who in the right mind is going to commit to a 6-month job?
Travis. Well, what I'm suggesting, we do it the same way. However, we were able to pick up Travis for the second part. Do that again here.
Secret to it, once you get them in there, you're not going to get rid of them. They're going to be.
And I think the 6 month was is because it started in July.
That's right.
Because after the town meeting, town we did everything set.
Okay, I just remembered something about 6 months.
Nope, but good call.
Fine.
Once
All right. What are we gonna do with this one?
So if we have two full-time and they're not gonna be working at the same time.
There'll be one day where they will overlap because they work 10-hour days. So right now Travis is working 4 10-hour days. His counterpart will also be working 4 to 20 10-hour days. 3 of those days would be the days that Travis isn't working. And so there'd be one day where they would overlap, and I'm sure that Dan would arrange the schedule so that maybe one comes in early in the morning and one stays until late at night, so we have
20-hour.
greater coverage.
20-hour.
Well, God forbid we could have a major catastrophe, airplane could go down one of the fields or something, and then they do it, just everybody else would get hurt. So I mean, the thing is, you gotta look out for, an outfit like this, you gotta look out for those contingencies.
And again, the thought was just simply, as you guys have stated, community's getting older, and we wanted to give people the option to have 7-day medical coverage if they want to pay for it.
Okay, we'll leave it the way it is, we're gonna cut it in half. Somebody tell me so we can go on with it.
Leave it the way it is for now.
Leave it the way it is, all right. Any other, do you have a movie article?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion on the article? Okay, board, how do you want to vote? Favor? 4, 1 absent.
Article 25, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $22,412 to convert Belgrade streetlights to LED. Doing so would reduce streetlight electric costs by an estimated 86%. The net cost the first year would be $13,951. The conversion would pay for itself in 2.65 years. 2019 budget NA, 2019 actual NA, 2020 request is $22,412.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Discussion on the article.
Question, where is the bid,
Affinity LED. Affinity LED, they're based in New Hampshire, and they've done a lot of the community around here. Yes, sir, they were highly recommended at the Maine Municipal Association convention this year, and they've done the projects in Waterville and Augusta.
Were they the only bid we got? Did we put it out for RFP?
Well, remember, we talked about this and the board approved going with this because of the recommendations that we got from MMA, and because we could apply the savings to the first year savings to the project cost, which will lower the threshold below $15,000. That was something that the board previously approved.
I didn't remember it being recommended by MMA. I remember the meeting that you guys went to and that you had chatted with them and they seemed...
No, I mean, I talked to several of their customers at MMA, away from them. I'm not standing there with Affinity, and I mean, my peers raved about the service that they've gotten from Affinity, and said that they deliver everything they promise.
It's been a rule, and it's out there for all of us, nothing against this company, I don't know anything about it. You guys ever moved $15,000 over the RFP? Why are you guys changing the rule? I guess that's my question as a contractor and for this town. Not very happy with it, I guess I could say.
You got a point.
We can do whatever you guys want to do.
Well, you should probably go out for bid. We could still leave the article the way it is and then go out for bid. And hopefully Affinity will win the bid.
Well, and if not,
say to see
if we find a vendor that charges less and offers a quicker payback and so forth, then, you know, this would be the max amount that we would, that we would be on line.
Can I make a motion that we reword the article to see if the town will raise and appropriate an amount not to exceed $23,000 to convert Belgrade streetlights to LED. Doing so would reduce streetlight electric costs by an estimated 86%. The conversion will pay for itself
Do
and...
we need to make reference to going out to bid? You don't have to do it in the article, there's an ordinance that says we have to do that.
And last year, we had the article to do the study for the conversion to LEDs, so...
That was like $3,000.
Right.
That wouldn't have been, the bid wouldn't have been required.
Right, but so last year they approved us studying it to see if there would be a cost savings to the town and giving us the authority to move forward with that.
Regardless, if the thing passes, we're gonna go to bid on it.
Right. If that's what you get.
Get that.
Last year, and maybe we need to quote, the police committee takes over an action, Belgrade, and there's a number of meetings that is in, relocated municipal grant for big projects. A number of towns attended those, just the smaller towns that want to come to that. Attended it, showed up very well in terms of financial assistance. They had their own equipment, they had their own equipment, their local. What impressed me the most was the number of surrounding towns who thought the same way, and the value of being one of the first Mr. Independent. That's a reason. Because of service capability.
The Howard Hollinger Group has recommended Affinity. In fact, I spoke with Howard about that.
Yeah, but I still feel like it should go out to bid, but as a select board, we also have, if somebody else comes in at $20,000, we don't have to accept the lowest bid.
If they can't meet the requirements.
Right.
Whatever, if we have a reason, we can pass on the bid. All right, So the article will stay as is, what'd you say, 23,000?
With an amount not to exceed 23,000. And the net cost, we would probably eliminate that because, and then the conversion would pay for itself, and,
I'd probably take my less than 3 years.
yeah, I was just gonna say, if we rewrote that, less than.
I'll make it. Second that.
All right, made and seconded, other discussion on that article? As amended, all aboard,
Oh, sorry.
4, 1 absent.
Article 26, to see if the town will raise and appropriate 115,000, current balance of paving capital reserve, do we need to table that one?
But again, if you guys can give us some direction as to whether or not you're comfortable with the figures as they're presented. That, because if we need to go back and do some more legwork, we'd like to know this evening.
I think that's what we agreed on the other night.
Yeah, we're comfortable with the figures.
Well, and then what's gonna happen is we need to make sure there's an explanation why the 2019 budget was 115,500, 2019 actual was 50,000, and the 2020 request is, and I think this is one of the things that Jack was stating, is that you should have a breakdown of the budget over 3 years, so it's a set amount.
I think this one is probably materials cost.
No, it's not. It's all related to our road commissioner's help not allow him to do the work that he normally does.
Okay.
So then are we anticipating an additional 20,000 we would be paying for a new road commissioner?
No, those are, the extra 20,000 is all related directly to road maintenance work. And you guys may recall, I gave you a line item budget for how that money would be broken down.
All right, so that, table, do we need to vote on to table it?
Do we need to table it because there's no dollar amount in the capital reserve?
Yeah. We're happy with tabling it. We're fine with tabling it as long as we know for what the cost is.
27.
Tabled it. Article 27.
Tom has it.
Oh, sorry.
I asked a question again from, if I look at the article from the prior year, it doesn't break out what the actual was.
I do not have that information. Our road commissioner says that it is. I mean, well,
Go ahead, Jack.
Bigger factor, I think, was in the fact that we had moved to 3-year rolling mostly during 2019. That's the blood, so I think we would have gone into road maintenance. The shift in the next couple of years, we were raising the paving and the preparation for the paving work that the town has done. We actually maintaining the road, cutting the bushes and doing ditches and doing the grading and ditches and so forth. And I think it's more of a shift in the focus of how the work is done than it is looking at the individual amounts of that.
Thank you. All right, 27. What do we gonna table that one too, though?
Which one?
27.
You need to know if the numbers are correct.
Numbers decline to me.
yeah, the only increase in that is related to the increase in the plowing contract, which is a graduated class over the course of 3 years.
Okay. Use those numbers.
Just wait till we get the numbers at the bottom and then we'll vote on it. Just put a side down.
Article
Wait,
28.
before we go any further, any of you folks here waiting for particular articles? Becky is. How about, Kathy? How about her?
We just wanted to justify that we did what we done. I heard Will where he talked about the, library's action for facilities, using nine and all up, 2,500.
And
And
that,
we know what that is, but, you know, we want to make sure that we have that all well established, because that's going to come up, why are we paying that?
Right. Okay, that's the reason that, I keep running.
We're almost there.
We'll be there
You
quick.
guys already know what that, how that is, and we want to make sure that's reflected, that it, that's going back to.
yeah, I mean, that's being recovered with revenue from the Friends.
Right. And we weren't sure how that was going to be presented to the public.
Do you want to do that whole article now, or do you want to just answer the question? Okay.
Yeah, so this past year, when you look, I think the library was budgeted to spend 500, it spent 400, and the budget for the coming year is $3,500, and that reflects the added cost for mowing and plowing the library property, but of course, the Friends of the Library are going to be paying the town in order to do that.
All right. You're here for, okay, you're just here to, for the entertainment, just here for the entertainment factor? All right. Becky, what ones do you want to hear for?
Which is 47 through 53.
All right.
Do we want to just keep moving on instead of jumping? We're getting close to the end.
All right, you mind if we just keep going, Becky? I should have asked this in the beginning, but I didn't think of it.
This next article, we're gonna,
As close as we can. Article 28, see if the town will authorize the Board of Select Persons to appoint the town's road commissioner beginning in March 2021 and thereafter.
I'll make that motion, but I think that should be
Written ballot.
a written ballot on.
I'll second it. Made and seconded.
You got a hand up on it?
Yes, sir.
Should that, somewhere in that language say you can elect a position to appoint?
Yeah, I would think so too.
Yes.
28.
28. I'm kind of the one that brought this up, but it's a time to do it, we're gonna do it. We're gonna be having a new road commissioner, and you know what, there's a lot more benefits than to being appointed, and there's being out there on his own. Town's gonna back in here.
So should we table that one until we can get it rewritten and it will be a secret ballot one? So it'll be follow along those same.
Well, let me see if I can craft something on the fly here that will appeal to you guys. So the language would say, to proceed with voting by secret ballot on the following question. Shall the town authorize the Board of Select Persons to appoint the town's road commissioner, comma, which has been an elected position, comma, beginning in March 2021 and thereafter?
You happy with that, Dan?
Well, I mean, I think
Yeah.
It should be for a one-year term.
It's not going to be a term, it's going to be a.
Oh, that's right, there's gonna be a town employee now, that's right.
I mean, I was thinking the same, it would be the same as the fire chief, which doesn't have a specific term.
Road commissioner, yeah. Same, it's gonna be hired employee.
Okay.
Hand it over.
So am I right, if you're gonna take this out off the floor, put it in, secret ballot?
Yes.
Why are you gonna do that?
More people.
More votes.
Why any less discussion?
I don't know if we need any discussion, I think we'll public it. Maybe.
Well, let's,
Yeah, before.
what does the board want to do? Do you want to make it a written ballot or on the floor?
So what if instead of saying, to authorize the board of select board persons to appoint the road, the town's road commissioner, to authorize the board of select persons to contract with the town's road commissioner?
It's kind of back to the same thing.
Yeah.
But aren't they a contractor at that point versus?
No, because that contract is independent. Right. The point is that the budget for this position will have to come out of the following years. This doesn't take effect till another year. Yes.
Jack's comment, you're gonna have to pay now for contractors for equipment. How are you gonna do that? Right now, what you got is a road commissioner that furnishes a lot of his own equipment.
We're paying for the time that it's used.
This is a fairly big leap in the way things have been handled over the years, and the orders get more than the move. So,
I'm sorry, what's the last statement?
the orders are gonna want to move on it, but they're not gonna have a full story on what it's gonna cost for being able to discuss it with us. It has to be a well thought out plan. Yeah.
Down the road, the road commissioner doesn't want a piece of equipment. All these contracts out. Some towns, a lot of towns, they appoint the town manager as road commissioner. And the road commissioner, and then there's the town manager, he'll hire, for instance, Hawes Construction to grade roads, and Morris Child's Construction to mow roadsides, All Construction to do patching. That's how it's working.
I got no problem with any of that, it just seems to me that this sentence needs to be thought about a little bit. What how are you gonna do it?
That's why, I've agreed that, yes, I will give them a whole explanation as they go into.
That's my case.
Whatever, I don't care, but I'm just telling you, we've been lucky so far that we've been able to hire a road commissioner that works for the town. You could get a road commissioner that could tell you to go fly, I work for the people. And that could happen. That's what we really need to be thinking
I
about.
don't think, yeah,
I don't see the equipment being any different.
I was gonna say, I don't think the argument is whether or not we should do this. It's just that we thought out some of the other contingencies.
I mean, his equipment be the same as what they do now. Same rate.
Less Morris rents on the equipment anyway. We have, that plan, we have a year actually to get formula to the plan.
It doesn't have to go to this town meeting, it could go to the next one of the other ones that we got. I mean, we got plenty of time. I just thought it's a time to do it, we're gonna do it.
Yeah. We'll put it off for 2 years, instead of having it go too fast. Well, if you're gonna put it off for another town meeting, why not go to this town meeting and put it off instead of next year, if you're gonna be effective next year, maybe the year after, and that gives you more time to take care of it. Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. Basically, what you do is you turn in the road commissioner, rather than somebody who's involved necessarily perform the work, and the president can supervise it in the contract. That's what you're changing the position.
But at the same time, town manager will have some authority over it.
You could make the town manager a road commissioner, and he could be a foreman, road foreman, and he can do all kinds of
You
stuff.
do that in your free time, can't you?
Yeah, get out there with your shovel and wheelbarrow.
It's got aim boots.
I got some real good pictures for you
Steel
to send to
toe boots
Texas.
and be all set.
No, you don't have to go through it, because this is how the title works. But anyway,
So are we tabling this, what are we
let's
doing
table
with
it
it?
and think about it a little more, I guess.
All right, Article 29.
Wait, so what,
Oh, I'm sorry, Becky.
so what do you need?
Wait a minute. Becky, I'm sorry, Ken. All right. We're gonna, what were you saying
So what
before?
more do you need from us in regards to this? I mean, you're tabling it, but what do you need from us?
Well, we need to,
See what other towns do.
well, we need to make sure we're in line with state law, number one. I would just talk to Becky about that, what you for MMA. And two, think about some of the concerns of the folks over there raised.
So it's January 10th, you gotta take this book to publish at the end of the month, so are you wanting this at this town meeting?
You don't have to. I'd like to, but.
If this article passes during the coming year, there needs to be a transition plan
We'll have, again, we'll have a year to do that.
which plays into the next budget.
Right.
Yes, we're gonna have a year to do that, because we have to have a budget prepared, a proposed budget prepared for that town meeting. So, I mean, it's not like we have to have all this time for this meeting.
No, we don't have the time for this,
Yeah.
but it has to be done a year before this thing is out.
Well, we understand that. I understand that. I'm sure they do too. So the question is, do we need to table it or not? Is there enough here to go with this for the town meeting? Rebecca, what do you think?
Well,
Can we check with MMA and see what steps would it be pertinent to take?
It just may turn out this is sufficient, just the way it's written. In this case, just check with MMA, make sure that it would be legal to do it this way. If they have some suggested wording to add to it, bring it back to us when we have our next meeting, which is gonna be soon on these table articles. Is that okay?
All right, Article 29, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $8,170. Appropriate $16,280 from the income of the cemetery trust, and carry forward $2,500 for a total sum of $26,950 to support costs and operations and maintenance of Belgrade cemeteries for 2020. Itemized requirements are as follows: services and contracts, $3,970. Supplies and materials, $6,350. Equipment and repairs, $11,030. Purchases, $3,000. Unclassified, $600. Flowers, $2,000, for a total amount of $26,950. The 2019 budget request was $42,350. 2019 actual expenditure was $39,775, and the 2020 request is $26,950.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Made and seconded. Discussion.
Now, I do have a question. What, if you spent 39,000 last year, how come we're going to 26?
remember, this is where we're moving the payroll costs from the cemetery.
Yep, all right, got it, never mind. Forget that. Forget that question.
Any other questions, just comments?
And should it be the,
How do you know the right number from the income from the cemetery trust?
Because we've already gotten the year-end figures from Bar Harbor on the performance of those accounts.
Okay, you're taking 90% of it.
Yes, sir. But this raises a good question. When the budget committee met on Monday, the policy that you gave us, Jack, said earnings minus custodial charges multiplied by 90%. The way it's been figured, both with this and with the Don C. Stevens Trust, has not subtracted the custodial charges from the year-end earnings before applying that 90% standard. So if we were to do, so these figures are based upon how it was calculated last year. If we remove the management fees and then apply the 90%, it's going to significantly reduce the portfolio earnings, both for the cemetery and for the Don C. Stevens Trust. The amount that's dispersed.
Okay?
These are numbers without the custodial fees.
Correct.
Good.
So, do we know how much the custodial fees are?
Yes, I have a spreadsheet on my desk right now, but, and I don't recall what it was, but But I had to sort of reverse engineer this to get to the number that we got to last year in order to figure out how to get to the number we needed to this year. And the first thing I did was add up all the interest earnings and subtract all the management fees, and then multiplied it by 90%, and it was significantly less than this figure right here.
Okay, so I guess my question is how are we paying for the custodian fees?
Well, that is coming off the interest earnings off the top, as opposed to taking the interest earnings and then taking that. So Bar Harbor charges us a percentage based upon all of those different accounts. So I could show you the spreadsheet.
I want to make sure we're not tapping into the principal.
Oh, no,
Okay.
no.
Dan,
So basically what you're saying is, say you made $100,000. Out of that $100,000 fees, the fees are taken off.
Mhm.
Which reduces the amount to $90,000, say. Now, 90% of the $90,000 is used for.
That's exactly right.
That makes sense.
other questions? Okay, board, how do you vote? 4 in favor, 1 absent. Budget committee. Thank you.
All right, I make a motion to table Article 30 until we have the cemetery equipment replacement reserve account total.
Actually, I think I know what that is. It's 15,000, isn't it, Chris? It is 15,000.
Even,
We were putting 5,000 over here.
must be interest on
I
it.
was just gonna say, do we not get any interest on these ones? Because none of them should be a flat amount.
Okay.
All right, well, that's nice.
All right, were you able to vote on
All
that?
right, so let's vote on it then. Article 30, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $5,000 to be placed into the cemetery equipment replacement reserve account. The current balance of the cemetery equipment replacement reserve account is $15,000. 2019 budget was $5,000, 2019 actual is $5,000, and 2020 request is $5,000.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second. All right. Second, any discussion on the article? If none, board, 4, 1 absent, budget committee. Okay.
Article 31, to see if the town will appropriate $30,000 from the Facilities and Cemetery Truck Replacement Reserve and raise and appropriate $45,000 for a total sum of $75,000 to purchase a 1-ton truck to replace the current 2008 model.
Now, I want to just offer, because this is outside my area of expertise here, and I want to make sure you guys are comfortable with this. Initially, we thought about $80,000, and we priced some diesel vehicles that were in the upper 70s. And at Ricky's suggestion, we priced some gasoline vehicles, and the first quote that we got back for that vehicle was like $67,000. And so it was about a $10,000 difference. So we lowered that figure that was, we initially had it at 80, 85, and we lowered it down to 75. And I just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with those details.
So do we have a motion on the article?
Yeah, I'm with it.
I'll second.
Age and second. All right, any other discussion other than, you finished anything?
Yes.
Yes, Tom.
So gasoline, one ton advertised at $102 with regular health is somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000.
Thank you.
And my wife was driving crazy, getting quotes on different trucks. So it seems like, in the absence of more information, 75,000 seems high.
Well, keep in mind, this truck is going to have to be equipped with a sander.
So what I'd like to state is that I work for O'Connor's. I was not consulted about this at all. However, I did work up a 1-ton gasoline, brand new model for another town with a plow and a sander figuring in rebates and incentives, and their out-the-door cost was $54,000.
Okay, and this is why I'm bringing it up. I mean, when we did the initial check with O'Connor on the diesel, it was higher than 80,000.
I'd like to say if someone would contact me, I would do my best to get the town the best price that I
And
could.
we're not purchasing a vehicle right now. We're simply trying to get some pricing to figure out what's the appropriate amount to ask for, from the voters. So we're not purchasing anything, we're just trying to figure out some pricing.
I talked to Chris a little bit about this the other day, what he was thinking. He was talking about buying one of those bodies like with a sander belt right in it. I don't think that's what the town needs. I mean, we need to go with a sander that goes in the back of the truck and comes out. We don't need that elaborate thing. They're not out sanding the roads. They're just sanding driveways and, and I did talk about getting rid of the diesel. I said, you don't need it. I mean, it's $10,000 that we don't need to spend. They just spend a lot of money on that diesel that the town's got now.
We already exhausted the repair
Yeah,
budget.
$4,000 or so on that, just putting injectors and stuff in it. It's only got 125,000 miles on it.
Any other comments?
So, whatever figure you guys are comfortable with, that's why I brought this up. This is outside my area of expertise, and so whatever you think is the appropriate amount there. But we do have $30,000 in the truck replacement reserve that can be appropriated.
Okay, what figure would you suggest putting in there, Melanie?
I would actually like to table this. I'd like to have a chance to go back to the office. I know what the cost of an 8.5-foot plow is. Are we looking for a straight blade heavy duty? Are we looking for basic stainless? Are we looking for a V-plow? Are we looking for a poly sander? Are we looking for stainless steel? I need the specs, and then we also would need to do an appraisal on the 2008 and see what money we could get for that as a trade towards a one-ton.
Okay, so,
And then we could have an actual figure.
okay, so how quickly do you think?
Tomorrow.
Okay. I'll have Chris call you. How's that?
Perfect.
So for our next meeting, we'll have the vote on this next meeting.
You have to bring just bring the truck in for the appraisal.
If we get it to,
Yeah.
all right, with the question.
Why don't you leave it at 75, you go all around the corner if you want to.
That's true too.
I mean, don't kill yourself trying to cut it down to bare minimum.
Yeah, we could be
Get
wrong.
some quotes and leave it at 75.
That's a
How
good,
about for an amount not to exceed 75?
Oh, definitely, it isn't gonna cost.
okay. There's another hand over there.
Just like, that was a suggestion I was gonna say, just to, limit it to 75 and get it full, and get this all before town meeting, so you can,
We'll make a motion out on the floor to check for it,
I
yeah.
mean, it's just like that one, we bought that one through the state.
Yeah.
State did the same thing. We need to check with them.
Okay.
Because it is a lot less money.
So let's vote on that one. Article 31, we'll vote on. No more questions.
Not to exceed to 75.
Not to exceed it. We amended in that fashion. Board, how do you want to vote? Okay, 4-0.
Article 32, to see if the town will designate the portion of town property in map 7, lot 059B, adjacent to Pine Grove Cemetery for future cemetery growth.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Comments? No comments, board, ready to vote? Yes, Jack.
I'd like to see that, to say, what it says. Make it effective provision on the town approving a plan for the development of such property no later than 2030. I hate to see the thing given to the cemetery, just given to the cemetery and have it hang. I'd like to see a plan for it, and the only way to get that plan done is to make it contingent on having it done by a certain date.
Yes, please.
get it engineered again.
It
doesn't need to be.
Well, the thing is, they can't use it for a cemetery until that happens anyway. We're only making it available. In other words, designating that land is going to be cemetery. Does that meet with your approval? What we're gonna do anyway. All right, any other questions, comments?
Yes.
All right. No other questions?
Oh, no, I was voting.
Yeah, good question. All right, board, you want to vote? Favor? 4-0. Budget committee's not involved this week. Okay.
Article 33, to see if the town will increase the rates for cemetery lots and services to the following. $250 for a cemetery lot for a town resident and $450 for a non-resident. $450 for a full burial on a weekday and $500 on a weekend or holiday. $150 for a cremation burial on a weekday and $250 on a weekend or holiday.
I'll move it.
Okay, move, I'll second. All right, discussion. Questions on the article? Yes.
Yes, so right now for a town resident, Katie, a cemetery lot is $50. For a non-resident, it is $250. The cost for a full burial on a weekday,
$350, I think.
yeah, $350. And then it's is it 400 on a weekend? No,
It's been
it's not.
$350 right now.
Yes, so there has been no additional cost for having a burial on a holiday or a weekend. And then, it has been $75 for a cremation burial, on a weekday, and there's been no additional cost for a cremation burial on a weekend or holiday.
Those rates have been in effect for a long
And I'm not in line with other towns.
Just to give some people a bit of information. So, lots, we could purchase, a lot, that's a bit of a portfolio which have the interest of offset the, maintenance of the cemetery. Paying for is, available, paying by should be available.
It's coming.
I'm gonna guess, maybe by the end of next summer.
I'm not gonna start the road at all. I hope, good Lord, creek don't rise too high.
Asking, and that's where it is. At this point in time, we town employees, they come in and do things on the weekends and stuff, they're gonna get overtime to do home time. And I've been thrown against that, if we should be paid overtime. Plus, a lot of, funeral homes take advantage of us because they're cheap, so they'll, for instance, try to push somebody to schedule us for a weekend and try to schedule another town during the week because it's cheaper, with the local town. We're just trying to get in line with the other towns. And if this gets us in line a little bit, we're going to get close to some of the other towns around this time.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? All right. Board, you want to vote? In favor? Against it?
Yep, told you that. Long time ago.
Tonight's the night. Yeah, okay. Three in favor, one opposed, one absent. Right. 1, 2, 3, yeah, right. Yeah, you looked at me, I thought my count was
3, 1, 1.
3, 1, and 1. Okay. Budget committee. You don't vote. 34.
See if the town will carry forward $6,270 and appropriate $3,000 in revenue and raise and appropriate $225,496 for a total sum of $234,766 to support the town's maintenance of the following facilities. Oh, general maintenance, 2019 actual is $86,088, 2020 proposed is $147,000. $1,200. Center for All Seasons, $23,470 was expended. Proposed is $19,140. North Belgrade Community Center, actual expenditure in 2019 was $5,464. 2020 proposed $7,410. Garage, 2019 expenditure was $3,673. 2020 proposal was $3,400. The sand and salt shed, 2019 actual is $1,067. 2020 proposed is $1,150. Lakes Fire Station, actual expenditure in 2019 was $7,960. 2020 proposed $6,855. Depot Fire Station, $3,092 was actually expended. Requested in 2020 is $3,865. North Belgrade Fire Station, $3,559 was expended in 2019. 2020 proposed is $4,065. Transfer Station, 2019 actual expenditure $13,119. 2020 proposal $9,805. Parks, 2019 actual $6,627. 2020 proposal is $6,900. Dalton Road Properties, 2019 actual expenditure was $4,862. 2020 proposal is $10,536. History House, $203 was actually expended in 2019. 2020 proposal $325. Town Office, $11,329 in 2019. $10,615 proposed for 2020. Former Town Office, $1,358 expended in 2019. 2020 proposal is $0. Library, $389 was actually expended in 2019. Proposal for 2020 is $3,500 for a total expenditures in 2019 of $171,760. 2020 proposed amount is $234,766. 2019. Sorry, did I say that? Goofy? 2019 budget request was $206,163. 2019 actual expenditure was $171,760. $171,760. 2020 request is $234,766.
Okay, motion on the article.
I did.
Made and second?
Second.
Made and seconded, discussion on the article.
Could you do that again?
Jack?
Well, so yes, our facility maintenance staff also serves the cemetery. And so, $27,000 of the proposed increase is the moving of payroll from the cemetery budget to the facility maintenance budget.
Where does that show up?
In the general line, the very first line.
I wonder if we need to make that general line more specific. I don't love general there.
The question's gonna come up again.
Yes.
$63,006 difference from what was actually used and what is requested now.
Right.
That's gonna be the question that's gonna come up.
Right, and I think, so how I would respond to that, Rick, and see how you think people would respond to this response.
All right, try to be good.
Okay. So first of all, that general line item includes $27,000 in payroll that was moved over from the cemetery budget.
Because that was 61,112, to be honest with you, between those two.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow you.
Between the general on the 86
Right.
to the 147?
Yes.
The $61,112.
And the pay raises for the staff this year. We tried to hire a seasonal landscaper during the summertime. We weren't able to fill that position, but it's still something that we need. And that's the one I'm talking about right there. And when you go down through these line items, you see that in fact the proposed is actually less than or is, well, it's comparable to the actuals from the prior year. One of the big exceptions is the Dalton Road properties, where the difference is about $6,000. And so we were carrying forward $4,500 in order to effect a roof replacement on one of those buildings this coming year. So that helps to, I mean, increase the cost, but it helps to reduce the tax burden at the same time. And then the library, that the $3,000 increase, that's not a burden on the taxpayers because those are costs that the Friends of the Library are going to be paying, contracting with the city, with the town for plowing and mowing.
That's what the 3,500 is going to be plowing on the way.
Well, 3,000 of that is plowing.
3,000, okay.
Well, then, honestly, if that's the case, then it should read, see if the town will carry forward 6270, except 3,500 from Friends of the Belgrade Library.
Well,
I mean, how do we do that? Because,
it says appropriate $3,000 in revenue, and that's the reference to the revenue from the Friends of the Library.
so that means 500 will still come from the town.
Correct.
But I would also, right, I think we should be specific on what the 3,000 in revenue is from.
It's not really a cost, if they're paying for it.
Well, there's a cost, but the cost is being supported by revenue. I mean, you still have to budget the actual cost, but it's offset by the revenue that should be generated for that cost.
And the other thing that Anthony didn't touch on was on that general reason is such a facility maintenance was vacant for
Oh, that's right, I forgot about that.
quite a period of time.
Yeah, so we had a gap between our facility maintenance directors.
And I want to say it was almost 2 months.
And is the $2,000 increase on North Belgrade, is that the floor?
The yes, the replacement of the flooring.
Those are good, that's gonna be questions that's gonna be asked.
No, I understand.
Drew some numbers there,
I understand. Everyone will be happy that the cemetery budget went down and then the cash.
No, we're certainly gonna go.
Bless you.
Thank you.
But, that's the reason, I question it.
You need a good, concise answer.
Absolutely.
Little numbers that you talk about, they need to, what's the answer? Where's that $61,000 increase over what you spent last year?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to, so.
You have to research it.
So what I typically, I made notes for this meeting, so I will have copious notes and we will refine those. And maybe I'll solicit some of y'all's help to.
Because we're all old, it needs to be simple.
And I have to repeat it several times loud.
Yes.
Loud, very loud.
You
It might even be worth writing it down, leaving it at the cash house. I don't know, just a thought.
Well, and even just have, some sort of an explanation for people to pick up on their way in, that we've moved the cemetery payroll to facilities maintenance. You'll notice an increase in facilities maintenance, but a decrease in cemetery.
Let me think about it.
Some people read that, some people walk right by and say, okay, I'm ready to fight. And that's what they're gonna do. That's right.
All right. Anything else in this article?
No, those are the only.
No other questions? Okay, ready to vote?
Yep.
Board? Three?
Yeah, I'll vote for it.
Okay, 4, 1 absent, sorry. Budget committee.
All right, Article 35, to see if the town will establish a maintenance garage capital reserve account to fund improvements to the garage and will raise $5,000 to deposit into the account. What does that mean? So are we raising an appropriate?
Oh, yes. Well, so this doesn't exist currently, and the cemetery committee had asked that we establish this account. And so maybe that needs to be worded differently, but to raise and appropriate.
Put it in the reserve account.
Do we not have,
But I wanted to start off with the establishment of the account, to let people know this is a new account.
now, do we not have a capital reserve account for maintenance to town-owned facilities?
We have a facility maintenance capital reserve. It is, it's not as difficulty as you might think. At the end of this past calendar year, 2018, the balance was $9,600.
That's facilities maintenance,
That's facilities capital.
capital. Isn't this facilities capital?
Yes, but what they're wanting to do is, they're wanting to generate some funds to renovate the maintenance garage at a cost of about $50,000. I mean, it's an addition and a renovation, correct, Bruce?
Why can't they just come to us and ask to take that money out of the reserve?
Well, because they want to do a $50,000 project, and this only has $9,600 in the facilities capital reserve.
If there's $9,600.
This is another place you can cut if we need to.
Okay. All right.
Suspect it will.
Do we have another?
I'll move it.
I'll second it. Made and seconded. Discussion. Discussion. Going once, twice. Board in favor? Two. Two and two.
It doesn't go into place.
The recommendation, against two and two. Okay.
Just a comment on it. I didn't know it was a small reserve. It raises the question, is it better to put money up where we borrow money or do the job and get it done rather than deal with these little reserves?
What are you saying?
Thank you. 36?
Well, so there's a question over here, if there's not a majority of the board that votes for it, does the article still go before the voters?
Sure.
Okay.
We're voting on the recommendation.
What's happened tonight, actually, they were supposed to just pick people.
Right.
Everything that happened.
We make,
You're supposed to vote to accept the article.
we make that mistake all the
That was Judy's
time.
way. That's not
Yeah.
ours.
What I've been assuming is when they read the article, voted and seconded, they were accepting the article.
Yeah. This is the only one that's
And
failed.
approving the budget at that point, because that's an approval and acceptance of the article. So now that one there, where it's at,
Well, we can vote on the article then, and then, so it's two votes. We took the second vote first, which is a mistake, right? We're trying to fix it. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Board, we're gonna vote to accept the article. Those in favor? Don't wanna accept the article either?
I'll accept the article.
Okay, good, that's what we're voting on. Okay, 4-0, one absent.
Double vote, and I don't recall this, but one.
No, well, I remember we did it at least once.
Once.
I forgot. No, I forgot too. Nobody said,
Whatever.
all right.
Let's go back.
We got it straight on what just
All
happened.
right, Article 36 needs to be tabled because we need an amount for the capital reserve account.
Okay, but can we please talk about the figures here, make sure you guys are comfortable with the figures, or if there's anything else that you want us to do in relation to that.
So why are they highlighted? Tell me that again.
So the highlighted thing, that's a change from a previous version that I sent Rick, and this was sort of a late-breaking request from the transfer station committee. And so what they're asking, I mean, most of this is as it has been done in the past, except that highlighted portion, what they're wanting to do is, in addition to placing up to $5,000 in unspent funds for the coming year, any revenues above $25,000, they want to take that first $5,000 above $25,000 and put both of those amounts of money into the solid waste capital reserve.
I think until I know what's in the solid waste capital reserve, I'm not comfortable. saying yea or nay to that.
What about the amounts that would be carried forward, appropriated, and then raised and appropriated?
In 2019, what was the $10,000 carry forward for? And what was it?
Shipping.
Chipping? And we did just do the chipping, correct?
We did. We did.
Okay, that's what I thought. And the 7,600 that we're carrying forward, I thought we were carrying forward $20,000 for a paving project.
No, the $7,600 is for the paving. And then last year, the voters approved, $20,000 out of capital reserve for the seniors.
Which you don't have to do a carry forward.
Okay.
Yeah, and you guys have the authority to spend capital reserve already.
I don't think I have too much problem with the article, but I'm not sure I still understand that, and I don't know if anybody else is gonna do that, $5,000 of revenue for about $25,000. I'm not sure like that. We need to think about that, I guess.
Well, the tabling it, so think about it between now and then.
Can I give you guys a little bit of explanation so I don't have to maybe come for another?
No, we want you to come.
No, and you said here, we do.
So the biggest thing is you have a catastrophe at the transportation. It's gonna be very expensive to get us back and going or rolling until something else happens. So our capital reserve should be in the neighborhood of $300,000. That's most of you guys included. But it's something, that we get is the board of select persons, say, okay, you have to have, this failed, okay, we're gonna get, waste management's gonna bring in raw, so bring in cans to put pathogens, or this gets repaired, blah, blah, blah. And it's gonna take money, it's gonna cost money. That's the main reason to have that capital reserve out there. It's, unfortunately, it's an insurance policy, emergency insurance policy.
So I will tell you, the capital reserve will be in the neighborhood of about $100,000. But we have the $20,000 anticipated cost for the cement slabs, and then somewhere in the neighborhood of $10,000 for the new office space out there. So,
Concrete slabs.
And if you guys are not comfortable with $5,000, it's not a break, it's not a deal breaker. It's out there for you guys, and it was just, basically brought in for discussion. You guys don't, want to entertain it and just scratch it. That's my, that's explanation.
I'm comfortable with the figures, and I need to go inside so I can be completely comfortable. So what are we gonna do with this?
We can table it. I think I give you a good sense that.
The numbers are fine, I think, except for, I'm not sure about the,
Yeah, it's really kind of funky.
and I don't, want the revenue before we.
The next one is a, next two are.
See if the town will raise and appropriate $91,250 to pay general liability and casualty, workers' compensation, unemployment and health reimbursement administration fees for municipal employees. 2019 budget was $90,950. 2019 actually expended was $84,473, and the 2020 request is $91,250.
I'll, make that motion.
Second.
Accept the article, let me get this right.
To accept the article.
Yep.
Yep.
Accept the article, okay, great, and then, you want to, vote on the article now?
Any discussion?
It's probably gonna be the question, why is it the actual and 84 and, the question 91?
It's just a matter of trying to predict what your claims experience is going to be in
Okay.
that year.
That's all you gotta be ready to tell them, because they're gonna ask that.
We should vote for it now?
Yep. Three and
3 and 2 absent. All right, Article Article 38, to see if the town will raise, appropriate, authorize, designate, or release the collective sum of $24,133 as dictated by the following trusts and funds. To make available to the principal of Belgrade Central School the interest in the amount of $496 from the Robert A. Guptill Historical Fund for the promotion and association of history. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $927 and appropriate $73 from the Don C. Stevens Fund for a total of $1,000 to support an academic award for the town, from the town to the highest ranking Belgrade senior graduating in 2020. Authorize the use of the Don C. Stevens funding in the amount of $23,564 to benefit the public schools of Belgrade. Total $24,133. 2019 budget was $18,148. 2019 actual expenditure was $16,812, and the 2020 request is $24,133.
Accept the article.
All those in favor?
Accepting the article. So good.
Any discussion? Seeing none.
37?
38.
Skip them.
We didn't skip 37. No.
Yes. Yes.
You voted 4 and 1.
How are we voting on 38?
It happens, we're getting old.
Yeah, it's past our bedtimes. Well, at least I don't speak for you guys, but it's past mine.
Okay.
Budget committee?
Should we vote on the articles?
Yeah, we can go up there.
All right, social service donations, Article 39. To see if the town will carry forward $4,000 to support general assistance and $799 for the emergency fuel fund. 2019 budget was $6,450, 2019 actual was $1,651, and 2020 request is $4,799.
Accept the article.
Is a second, we'll second it.
I'll second it.
I've already seconded it. You can take it.
Accepted.
Okay. I'll vote on the budget. We voted, we accepted the article. I'll vote on the budget.
Yes.
Okay. I should have asked for questions. Anybody have any questions? Okay. I asked enough questions. What's that? Okay. 40.
All right, Article 40, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,020 as compensation and support for the following social service divisions. Memorial Day, $500. July 4th, $260. Holiday stroll, $260 for a total of $1,020. The 2019 budget, $1,800. 2019 actual, $620. 2020 request is $1,020.
Board, move the article. You moved it. I'll second.
Yep.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
So what's the, can somebody explain what these names are for?
Memorial Day for the,
It's mainly for the sheriff's deputies,
yeah.
traffic control.
Okay, I'll voice my opinion on this at a board meeting, I guess I'll voice it again. So if we're gonna pay, you know, either or one or the other, we're gonna pay law enforcement for a law for these specific days. I guess, looking at our county budget, so on and so forth, as a taxpayer, I expect that county to be in this town for that whole, we're paying them for whatever that walk is, to be in this town. Not, okay, yeah, we're here for a parade, we're gonna go see them, you don't see them again the rest of the day, and we just paid X amount of dollars for it.
So,
I'm tired of that.
well, so far I've had a good relationship with Sheriff Mason, and so maybe I can persuade him that that would be a good increase.
Good luck. I'm not against the Sheriff Mason or any of the other sheriffs, they just, I don't know how it goes, and it ends up being 5 times, assuming the traffic control and the sheriff's office is going to be seen. That's all I got to
I
say.
seem to recall that from many of those Memorial Day parades.
Right, they make sure it's great.
Now, should it say to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,020 as compensation and police support, or, I mean, I feel like it should be a little more specific, because Memorial Day, we also support by flowers and flags. So if this is specific to providing compensation for public safety.
There's also, that $500 does include flowers and wreaths and flags.
Decoration at the townhouse too, right?
Right. Okay, so that's where I had the issue. That's what I thought, that's why I'm glad you said it. That should be separate. This law enforcement thing should be one article, and then the 4th of July, what the town, the wreath, the stuff that we do for the ceremony, should be a separate article, not tied in with law enforcement.
I have a question too.
Yeah.
In the past, was there a 260 for the harvest fest as well? So that should be added here.
No, the business group takes care of that cost. Yes.
So if it's $260 for a block, seems like we pay more than, the wreath in that is not.
Well, I'm just looking to find what the cost of the flowers and
I think 500 for Memorial Day is, that doesn't include the law enforcement.
yeah, I don't think that includes.
Because we have wreath, we spray for, ticks and insects, that's an expense, which we didn't have that budgeted because it wasn't, because of law enforcement came up, the 500 has always been just for what the town.
For the wreaths and all the flowers, and then it's volunteers that place the flowers
Oh,
on.
that's not that's in the cemetery. Right. This is for, like, the tick spraying around the building for the services, the wreath,
So I stand corrected, the $500, for Memorial Day, $300 is for, law enforcement, $100 for flowers and wreath, and then $100 for miscellaneous.
Why is it more for law enforcement on Memorial Day than it is on July 4th?
We spent $260, as an actual figure this year, so if we wanted to lower that by $40, then we could.
so that's separated, so taxpayers only for the.
Katie's got something.
Katie, do you have something? Cemetery Road, they do close Cemetery Road. The fire department does.
Fire department does, usually.
Fire department ended up closing that road for law enforcement.
Yeah,
The whole shit is not.
showed up late, if I remember right.
July 4th.
Yeah.
Any problem breaking that out, Anthony?
No,
Need to pay more, but it's.
Billiard Bruce.
No, he doesn't, he
But
really
the taxpayer, and I know one such person has a bid for this article for law enforcement.
So are you suggesting then that that the law enforcement, even for the Memorial Day, should be broken out separately? And so we're gonna have a,
We have a Memorial Day service.
So we'll have a mem-
$500 like we always have.
but that includes,
I never included.
well, the budget, I mean, we spent $260 on Sheriff's Department at the Memorial Day thing this year.
But see, we were over budgeted on Memorial Day because
We-
last year, this got changed without the cemetery committee even knowing about it.
Okay, but my question is this, so are you suggesting that we should have an article for $200 for flowers and wreaths and miscellaneous for Memorial Day?
No, I'm saying that it should be $500 because I can't answer how much that pit spraying is, but I believe that's almost $200 just for that.
Well, this past year, we didn't spend any, there were no actual expenses for the flowers or the wreath. And there was $100 of expense for miscellaneous.
We did $500 fire.
I'm like, so are we waiting on a bill for a wreath and flowers?
And we paid for the pit spraying, like I said.
But did that come out of this budget, or did that come out of cemetery?
Come out of cemetery, which ended up being a real mess because we overspent line item. This is what I'm trying to solve.
Yeah, but as a whole, the cemetery budget was under budget, so.
Correct. But to make things clear for the town and how it's always been, and last year it got changed, well, you had no control.
Okay, so just tell me how you want to split this article up.
Just take out the law enforcement, and then the rest of it, is the other item.
Well, the rest of it's only amounts to $200.
I think this article should just be law enforcement. And if the cemetery is spending $200 on, just be a line item in the cemetery.
I think that's a capital idea. This article just becomes a traffic control article, and then whatever your expenses are, goes to the cemetery.
As long as we don't have an accounting issue, I don't have a problem.
No, there won't be an accounting issue.
So whatever the figure is.
So the amount on this needs to get changed to $780? Because it would be 3 blocks of $260.
You just change the wording.
And we need to change to see if the town will raise and appropriate $780 as compensation and public safety support for the following period.
And then somebody needs to make a note to add the $200, whatever the cemetery needs to spend for Memorial Day. Because it's specific to Memorial Day, and it's specific to the cemetery. We don't spend that on any of these other days.
Change the wording, Anthony, to indicate it's for traffic control.
Right.
We accept the article
Yeah.
as amended?
Board accept the article as amended
Yeah.
Yes.
on the budget. Any other comments? We're voting on the budget. Board? 4-0. Budget. Right, thank you. Do we need to go back to the cemetery and put in another $200?
I mean, do we really think that's necessary? I think the cemetery budget can absorb a $200 expense.
I'm sure they got that padded
Just dig another hole.
Article 41, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $32,000 as Belgrade's share of 2020 operations and maintenance costs of the region's 3 dams, Village Dam, Wings Mills Dam, and Salmon Lake Dam. Total projected cost in 2020 equals $80,000. Rome's share is $17,900, Oakland's $11,200, Sydney's $6,400, Mount Vernon's $5,600. Of the total cost, $20,000 is for the ongoing annual maintenance of the dams, and $60,000 is to replace the wooden curb structure of the Wings Mills Dam controlling Long Pond's water level. 2019 budget was $44,800. 2019 actual expenditure was $44,800, and the 2020 request is $32,000.
Accept the article.
Need a second? I'll second it. Would you second it?
Uh,
I'll second it. Made and seconded. Discussion on the, we're voting on just the article now, not the budget, okay? Your question pertains to that?
It should pertain to your article.
Okay, go ahead.
The question I got on it is, does anybody, Anthony or anybody on the board have any idea if the dam committee has applied with the Army Corps of Engineers for any grants for dam repair at the Wings Mills?
I don't know.
Because I know a gentleman that's a non-resident that tried working with the dam committee because there's millions and millions of dollars out there for grants, and more likely to get a grant back for almost $0 to get that dam repaired or replaced than what they would do for labor to do it. So I just seeing $60,000 and $30,000 at tax dollars, like one of mine went on, $400 to go try to get a grant.
Okay. Voting on the budget. Board, 4-0, 1 absent, okay. Budget committee, 5-0, thank you.
All right, debt service, 42. See if the town,
Well, my understanding is, don't we always approve this article as is, and then vote it on the town floor once we know the
Yes.
the interest cost?
yeah, Article 42, to see if the town will,
Well, I don't think that we will know what that cost is prior to this going to print.
so we have to have an amount in there, and then we can vote on it for the town meeting. To see if the, the only problem, I mean, because this is one of those ones that puts us in a little pickle, because if we want an overall increase, what the percentage is, and then we need a number to plug in for LD1 into the formula.
That's what we've always done.
And we've always gone high. Like
Except the article.
Yep.
Hey,
I haven't finished reading it.
Oh, it's close enough.
Perfect. Let's get that on record, Ricky. Article 42, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $50,000 to pay interest charges and costs associated with the tax anticipation note in 2020. 2019 budget was $50,000, 2019 actual expenditure was $27,173, and the 2020 request is $50,000.
That's the article.
on the article,
Second.
made and seconded, all in favor? 5-0, 1 absent, okay, on the budget. Make a motion on the budget?
Yep, so be it.
Second.
Made and seconded on the budget, discussion on the budget. No discussion, all right. Those in favor? 4 rather, 1 absent.
Article 43, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $478,110 to pay the combined 2020 debt service as follows. Second year payment on the 2019 road paving 3-year bond. 2019 budget was 0, 2019 actual was 0, and the 2020 request is $428,217. Fifth year payment on town office 13-year bond. 2019 budget was $49,893. 2019 actual is $49,893, and the 2020 request is $49,893.
Accept the article.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0, 5
I was gonna ask.
article?
Perfect. That was gonna be my part in the discussion.
Okay, on the budget.
Oh, yeah, we're fine.
Now you voting.
I think they vote twice, because it's
Okay,
crazy.
budget committee, yes. Yes, sir. Go ahead. It's too late.
What's the comparable amount taken care of in the prior year?
There isn't any, because it was, the wording's actually changed as the first year payment on the 2019 road paving 2-year bond.
There wasn't a bond payment in 2019.
It was 0. Right, because last year we agreed to do the 2-year bond. This is the first year payment on the 2-year bond.
And when she says we agreed to pay the bond, she's talking about the town voters approved the
We
bond.
approved it, yeah, that's what it's gonna take.
Well, this offsets the cost of paving costs for this year. There's no paving cost in this year.
Correct.
Right.
Right, so
But the bond is
under FF&P, haven't we incurred, we're spreading the paving out over 3 years?
No. The paving was supposed to have been finished this year. Now there's still hot topping that has to occur on Bartlett and Wings Mills Road. But the financing of that project occurred over 3 years. I shouldn't say the financing, the payment of that occurred over 3 years. Last year, bond funds, and a portion of what was raised and appropriated was spent. A portion of that still remains because the project hasn't been finished. It'll be finished in the spring. But this coming year will be the first year that we make a payment on retiring that debt.
Bruce?
My question is, on the Saleville Town Office, we're gonna see that go onto the bond for the town office?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the next
That's
one.
the next
44 is the next one. 143, right?
Tax base.
What was it? Yes, Jim.
What we should do, on the road three-year project, is show somehow what the 3 years are, and then smooth it for the 3 years. And that was the intent of doing it. The first year was $402,600. The next 2 years was a reduced payment because the thing came in way less than the original appropriation. It came in at something like that. $408,000 rather than almost $500,000 a year. So it should be smoothed out, not just on the body the way it's going to come in now, this is the way it's going. It needs to be have a separate account for run that whole job and then pay into the job as we had planned out when the payments from the job come out of that account. So it would just be reflected haphazardly as it came in, accounts for the 3 years. That's what we will follow this up and looking at and making it better.
And 10 years from now, like, why was this done this way? I agree, Jack.
Well, wait a second. So, correct. 2 years, this, 2020 and 2021.
Which includes the insurance, so yeah,
Yeah.
under the original, I think it was 1920, or something along, it came in for last. But we still have the $30,000 plus dollars in interest, plus we have the two-off payments, so we're still out of it. And then we deduct it.
Yeah, and we've already, and I mean, we're accounting for it in our Trio software, where the money that we've spent thus far to date, the money that we still hold in reserve because the project is not finished, and then these two bond payments.
What you guys are really on that reserve account that you pay out as it was intended to be paid out, so it's.
But you can't do that, man. Our auditors would have a heyday if we accounted for it in a way other than how it was actually spent.
This is what we need to make for the payment, we need to do it.
All the companies and how the towns and how the cities and whatever handle jobs that are extended over more than 1 year.
They show the actual expenditures year by year.
How do you do job accounting? How do you keep track of jobs?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, 270.
All right, I think this discussion we can continue later. But right now, we're voting now on the budget itself. It can always be changed if necessary.
So the board voted, but the budget.
We're just waiting on the
Did
budget committee.
you vote on
We
the
did.
budget? Yes, we did. You did. Okay, now the budget. Thank you. 44.
Article 44, to see if the town will appropriate $86,333 from the proceeds of the sale of the former town office to repay the principal on the debt on the current, we should probably say on the current town office, or on the new town office, not really new anymore.
I'm accepting.
Second,
Made and second, all those in favor of the article? For one option, the newer. All right, on the budget, on the question. All those in favor? Is the budget committee involved in this one? I guess they are. Thank you.
all right, Article 45 is tabled. Article 46, to proceed with voting on the following question. Shall the town of Belgrade vote to accept and expend any and all gifts, donations, pass-through funds, grants, or any other funds that may be provided by individuals, business associations, charitable groups, or other organizations that have not been listed in any other articles? If the Board of Select Persons determines the gifts, donations, pass-through funds, grants, or other funds and their purposes are in the best interest of the town.
So, two quick things about this. First of all, this is one that Becky identified that we could make a perpetuity article at some point, but we didn't want to overload the voters with too many perpetuity articles. We're about to have 6 of them that we're going to talk about. And then the highlighted portion right there, so a discussion that we had with the Budget Committee suggested that previously that has read to accept unconditional gifts. And of course, anytime that we accept a grant, for instance, there are conditions that come with that grant. And sometimes people give donations to the library, for instance, saying, I want you to use this sort of money to buy biographies, or whatever the case might be. So instead, we changed that to any and all gifts. And it also occurred to us that while this gives us the authority to accept gifts, it didn't give us any authority to expend those gifts. And so, for instance, if the fire department gets some sort of a grant over the course of the year, we also need the authority to spend that for whatever purpose it was given.
What was that, 45?
So that explains that another time.
45 is table.
We tabled it?
How long time ago?
At the very beginning.
Back
Oh, yeah, you're right, I beg your pardon. Seems so long.
Yes, and that's something, and I don't know, Becky, the way that it's worded right now, could we just put that forward as a perpetuity article, or would it need to be massaged further?
So the article will read, as indicated here with the highlighted part.
Correct.
Okay. And then we're gonna add the
In perpetuity.
then we're gonna add the perpetuity wording, right? Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, on the article.
Yeah.
Second. Sorry, for a second. Perfect.
So people don't.
Okay, how many in favor of the article? 4, 1 absent. Okay, on the budget,
No budget.
no budget.
Article 47, see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Select Persons to sell or otherwise dispose of real estate acquired by the town through the tax lien foreclosure process for non-payment of property taxes, on such terms and conditions as the board deems to be in the town's best interest and in accordance with applicable state law. If approved, this article will remain in effect until repealed or replaced by a future town meeting. Approval of this article will repeal prior town meeting action on Article 14 from the 1991 annual town meeting warrant and the fourth item in Article 18 of the 2011 annual town meeting warrant. Note, the language of the 1991 and 2011 articles appears in the list of perpetuity articles that is included in the 2019 annual town report.
This one we're gonna add the perpetuity wording.
It already has it. We're gonna take that perpetuity wording and add it to the one ahead of, that was before it.
Oh, yeah, it says.
second the acceptance.
All in favor of accepting the article? 4-0, one absent. Next up, 48.
Oh, we gotta do,
gotta vote on
we gotta
that.
vote on it.
I thought we just did that.
No, we just voted to accept it, to move it forward.
Now we'll vote on it, so let's vote on it.
All right. All those in favor of the article?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For the budget committee on that one, right?
Number
Article 48, to see if the town will vote to authorize the board of select persons to sell or otherwise legally dispose of town-owned personal property if, one, the value of the property in question is $500 or less, and two, it has been determined by the board that the property is no longer needed by the town, and sale or disposal of the property is in the town's best interest. Such sale or other means of disposal shall be by any legal and reasonable method. This authority shall remain in effect until repealed or replaced. If approved, this article replaces the provision related to personal property included in Article 18, fourth item, from the 2011 annual town meeting warrant. Personal property with a value greater than $500 may not be sold by the board pursuant to this article. It requires a specific town meeting vote related to the particular item of personal property. I motion to accept the article.
Made and seconded to accept the article. Any discussion on the matter? Actually, we probably violated that with the ATV or whatever.
So Dan, are you suggesting that should be higher or lower? Yeah, I mean, we,
Shouldn't probably have the dollar sign in there, all in there.
Right.
You have to pull back that ATV. I wanted to say that trading and disposing of vehicles and equipment is exempt from this article, provision for this article. Anyway,
would that be in keeping with state law, Becky?
State law is required for legislative body to take some action, legislative body, any law article, if they want to do what they want with any person.
so if they accepted the wording similar to what I just suggested, we'd be okay.
But it is an exception for the
Vehicle and equipment, vehicles and equipment.
You could put something in there that you said was really, I didn't understand
I'd like to say it again.
Well, but in this case, Article 31 would cover the truck at this point, because to not to exceed 75,000 to allow them to trade it in. So wouldn't that cover it? Even though you go in with $500.
It just says the purchase, it just says purchase, doesn't say anything about trading in the old one. Doesn't tell us what we can do with the old one. What getting it in, yes.
So,
This is personal property, this isn't mine, but I mean, building or anything like that. Why do you put a value on it at all? I'll just leave it up to the court. Just take that.
What I said, get rid of that $500.
the truck would not be considered personal property, is that what you're saying?
Or would we change it to say, to see if the town will authorize Board of Select Persons to sell or otherwise legally dispose of town-owned personal property if the value of the property has been determined by the board is no longer needed by the town. Just skip that first one, I guess. Town-owned personal property has been determined by the board, the property is no longer needed by the town, and sale or disposal of the property is in the town's best interest. Just take out that whole first piece.
The overall experience in the town is basically we're going to keep hiring and that it's going to be those sale and so the significant value of that is the truck and things like that. So I think the property is looking limited for disposing of the house on the asset. I think it is like the training.
In other words, you trade it in with no problem, but if we're gonna sell it.
I mean, if we should be trading it in, you have yours, it's
Becky, if we were to table this, would you be willing to work with me?
He's like, just not anymore tonight, because it's 10:30.
All right, so Article 48, we're gonna table it.
We're gonna table it.
Table that, we're gonna move to table it.
Article 49, to see if the town will vote to repeal the third item in Article 18 adopted as a perpetuity article at the 2011 annual town meeting and take action annually to authorize the tax collector to accept prepayment of property taxes made prior to delivery of the annual tax commitment to the tax collector by the assessors pursuant to 36 MRSA Section 506. I move to accept the article.
Second.
Full reading.
Just means you can pay your taxes early if you want to, even before they.
I'd like, it should be voted on each year. And that's necessary to comply with the law. Okay. All right. We voted on the article, we voted.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? Four absent. 50.
Article 50, to see if the town will vote pursuant to 36 MRSA Section 506 to authorize the tax collector to accept prepayment of property taxes prior to the delivery of the tax commitment to the tax collector by the assessors without payment of interest. I make a motion we accept the article.
Okay, all those in favor? Did you read it without being on? All right, now I gotta vote. I gotta vote a second time. All those in favor? I'm not sure why we're voting a second time.
My arms get tired.
Article 51, to see if the town will authorize the Board of Select Persons to expend money from the undesignated fund to pay refunds related to approved property tax abatements and any required interest. This authority remains in effect until repealed or replaced. If approved, this article modifies and replaces Article 18, fifth item adopted at the 2011 annual town meeting.
Article.
I'll second that.
Page seconded. Those in favor of the article? You're voting. Three, four. One not voting. How are you voting? Are you voting?
Sorry.
Four in favor, one absent.
I was just trying to
Okay,
figure
now
out.
vote again. Why are we voting a second time?
You wanted to.
I didn't want to. It was Dan. Dan.
All Dan's fault.
He he's gonna get twice, I wasn't gonna bring it up.
Then why did you?
All right.
I almost got through with it.
Second vote is for one absent. 52.
All right, see if the town will authorize the Board of Select Persons to expend $15,000 or less for town-approved projects or purchases without the need for a competitive bidding or request for proposals process. If a town-approved expense will be more than $15,000, the board shall advertise a competitive bidding or public RFP request for proposals process, and the board shall determine the winning bidder proposal. This authority shall remain in effect until repealed or replaced. If approved, this article replaces the action taken on Article 45 at the 2018 annual town meeting.
Accept the article.
Second.
Second. Moved and second to accept the article. All in favor? Four zero, one absent. Okay.
Now the vote.
Now the vote.
Can I ask,
Yes.
what was the action taken in 2018? That's okay. I thought it was, I read it, but it was such, I mean, it was what, a month or so, a couple months ago now, wasn't it? Yeah, about a month
Have
ago.
we voted 6 times on this article?
Yep.
Yep.
53.
Oh, we didn't vote on this one. We had the discussion piece. What's that?
There was 52 that we just finished.
Right, but we didn't vote on
Oh,
it.
yeah, I think we did.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Did the budget committee need to vote on that? No.
No money.
Jack's got his hand up.
Quick question though, is this article almost implies that cost is the only factor in the selection of the bid. What about quality, what about reputation, what about?
Well, it doesn't say in there that, it just says it gives the board the authority to determine the winning bid or proposal, but it doesn't say based on anything. So that's why I was saying, we still had the authority to accept a bid on something, even if it's not the lowest bid.
So this,
If the bid's defective, it's
and correct me if I'm wrong, but this just speaks to when a project needs to be bid, not who wins the bid. So this article doesn't demand that we accept the low bid in all instances. Right. And that's for purchasing widgets versus professional service.
I don't know if we need it, but the state law gives us the authority.
I think this does provide clarity.
Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Well, and I think, and again, I don't think this speaks to the wording of a bid. Just when
When we need to put one out.
That's all that's designed.
It just indicates when we have to put one out, yeah.
Okay.
And then,
53.
does the budget still, no. 53, to see if the town will vote to refund excess motor vehicle excise tax credits to the extent authorized by 36 MRSA 1482, subsection 5, subsection D, and to authorize the Board of Select Persons to pay those refunds from the undesignated fund. This authority shall remain in effect until repealed or replaced. Note, if approved, this article replaces the action taken on Article 47 at the 2018 annual town meeting.
Accept the article.
Second
The
that.
article and seconded, any discussion on the article? All those in favor? 4-0, one absent. Now, on the article.
Contingency article. Oh,
Oh, you can vote the second time.
oh, sorry.
Okay.
Me jumping ahead.
It's all been,
Okay, contingency article, number 54.
Oh, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $40,033 to support the cost of salaries until March 31, 2020 for the Recreation Department. Article 54 is required if Article 3 is defeated.
accept the article.
2019 budget, sorry, 37,446, 2019 actual, 32,984, 2020 request, 40,033. Second to accept.
So one thing I want to point out with this article is, again, I had to sort of reverse engineer the calculation of this.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Becky.
Becky.
Thank you, Becky.
And although the article says to support the cost of salaries, that actually supports the cost of the entire recreation department. So those figures are 1/4 of the entire departmental budget, not just the salaries. Which makes sense because we've still got bills to pay in January, February, March.
So it should
Well,
say
we should say other
salaries then.
expenses.
And again, this is how it's been worded in the past, and so once I figured out how the calculation was made, it struck me that wording is not accurate.
Why don't we change it?
Because this is what's been done in the past, and I wanted to run it by you.
Okay, well, you're running by. I'm making a suggestion, change the salary and other expenses.
Well, I just think we need to say to support the cost for the recreation department until we just take.
Get rid of the salary.
Right.
So you do one word. You got it.
Okay,
2 words.
all right. On the article. As amended.
Yep.
Good, 4-0. One absent. On the article, as amended. 4-0. Did you vote on that one? One absent. Good.
Now the budget.
Budget committee?
Oh, yeah.
Dollars involved.
0. Thank you.
All right, contingency article, Article 55, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $20,524 to support the cost until March 31, 2020 for the library. Is that a similar scenario?
Yep.
Yes.
Get rid of the salary.
How about to support the operational cost
Yep.
until March 31,
Well, it's more than that,
2020?
because you do have to say this.
No, it's not, no. I mean, I did that calculation too.
Why wouldn't it be? Because we don't own the building.
You still got, right, you're still buying books and.
Yeah, but you wouldn't for 3 months.
And you're doing programming and.
But the bills would come in sometimes they're on automatic orders, sometimes.
Okay.
I mean, we would have internet expenses, telephone expenses.
Tell me that one more why you cut it.
Article 55 is required if Article 4 is defeated. 2019 budget was $20,524. 2019 actual expenditure was $14,716. 2020 request was $20,524. I have a question.
Yeah.
Why was there any expenditure in 2019? Because we don't need the contingency article if the other article passes. So there should have been no expenditure in 2019.
That is the actual expenditure that was made from January 1 through March 31 at the library last year.
However, there shouldn't be any numbers in that, and actually there shouldn't be any numbers in Article.
But wouldn't that give the voters some idea of what that expense could be?
I don't know, we never
I
used to
guess so, it looks like they're in
They
there,
get thrown out.
but they shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, but they're still in the book.
Yeah, all right.
Somebody will ask that question, I'm sure.
Well, I'll answer it, but we don't really need them.
No, but I mean,
Well, somebody may look through that.
Right. All right, a motion to accept the article.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, second your motion.
no, you took it.
All agree with it. Good. It's accepted. What about budget committee?
All right, Article 56 is tabled, because we did not have that.
So,
I make a motion we adjourn.
well,
Wait a minute.
Oh, did you have something you wanted to discuss, Ricky?
yeah,
Yeah.
when we talk about Dan for a minute.
Actually, it's Mary's fault. She tried to.
Mary! Sorry.